right, my Zen friends. I think I'm live. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday night to you. Hope your weekend is going well. And as always, super excited to see what messages come through Spirit tonight. See what we can learn, how we can grow. That's why we're here, right? So, and to spill the tea with your bruddaZEN. So, before we get into all that, though, let us start off. I like to take a big, deep breath, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow exhale out helps us come back to this moment out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past. Just coming back to this moment. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for some more energy before we get into the skinny of things. So if you want to join me in that deep breath, let's do it. So let's begin. Big, deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I do that, we can just imagine that beautiful love energy just expanding within us, going up into our mind, into all of our stories, our beliefs, into our heart with all of our emotions, into our energetic body, all of our chakras, meridians, and auras, into our physical body, into our cells, and all of our organs and blood, just our entire being, filling us up and then outgoing and overflowing to the world to let it do what it wants to do out there to raise the vibration of the planet in accordance to the will of the collective of humanity and, of course, spirit and creator, and see what it will do out there. It's always perfect. I know sometimes, like right around now, we're looking at the world going, what the hell? But it is perfect. It is unfolding in a beautiful way, showing us what we want to see to set us free. So, what are we seeing out there? Good reflection, right? But in the meantime, let us focus on gratitude for one little thing that we're grateful for, if we want, that helps us immediately begin to raise our love vibration, puts us into that opening to receive messages and more of what we're grateful for from spirit as well. So let us begin 3 times and remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Such powerful energy. Wow, wow, wow. So thank you. I can always tell when more people join in, get extra goosebumps. So thank you guys that joined in. Could definitely tell the difference. So welcome, Zen friends. Are you having a great weekend? I know. Beautiful weather here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, where I live. It's got to 70s. Went for a nice walk, went to the gym, walked over to the gym and worked out. Getting back into the swing after recovering from hurting my back. I know, it's rough when you're getting old, older. So I'm so grateful. Thanks for being here. And um, if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z. We're here to spill the tea, bruddaZEN. And we got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor, two things I'm definitely grateful for and definitely are make it an easier path for us to move along this human adventure, right? So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. We try to keep it a safe space, high vibration, love, and laughter. So welcome, welcome. Want to know how the whole process works? All the information's down in the description area, excuse me, of the video stream. Donations do get first priority, so all that information on how to make a donation is down below. You can use the super chat, but I have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay if you want to donate in any of those ways. I don't have any set dollar amounts at this time. So whatever you give from your heart, I do honor. I know you're giving what you can. And especially this day and age right now, I know it can be tough sometimes, but I am so grateful. And what else? What else? There's more I usually say, but all that information is down in the description area. Anyway, oh, something got delivered somewhere. The little voice on the wall just gave me a signal. And let's see here. Well, I do try to get to free readings every session, and I do. The I get to at least 30 minutes of free readings, if not all. But at some point, I do go over to those, and I do a pinned comment at the end of every session, listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know it's easy breezy, short and easy to find your reading that way, and it's kind of fancy. You just click on the little timestamp next to your name, takes you right to your in the stream where your reading is. So I like it. So hopefully that helps. I also have a podcast that comes out every 2 weeks, usually. And here is the most recent one. We're embarking on a little adventure on growing the empathic gift. The one before it, we're talking about kind of the why most of you in this chat, of course, I'm sure have great empathic abilities and you feel emotions really big. Why me? What is this about? We talk about a little bit about the true gift of an empath, and also of course, hints on how to make it an easier to ride that tsunami wave of emotion instead of having it smack you around. And then this one is an overview, as we're going in on how to grow the empathic gift. Talks about the 4 phases, and the next 4 episodes will be around those 4 phases of growing our empathic gift, which also includes growing our other spiritual gifts. I'll touch on those within those videos too. If you want to check them out, there's the link. And of course, if you want to catch up on any of the past videos, the playlist link is down in the description area, or if you click on my name, it'll take you to the main my main channel, and it's at the top. The playlist is at the top. Sorry, it's glowing over here on the wall, saying that there's a message. I'm sure it's just a package delivered or something for my host, but she gave me one to put on my wall. I can listen to free music and stuff. She's so generous. I'm so lucky. I'm so blessed to be able to be where I'm at, and I'm grateful. Tonight we're going to use this round tarot, the original tarot. And if you make a donation of $5 or more, or for all your donations, one of your, I call them the fortune cookies, you'll get an Oracle of the Rift Walker. And for those that are less than $5, um, you still will get, I have a kind of a, whoops. I'm not doing very well right now, am I? Let's try it with using both hands. That might help. I have these combined Divine Directions and Whispering Woods, we're almost done with the Whispering Woods, so I kind of uh, shuffled in the divine directions too. So we got a little stack for those two, little additional message for the donation. So that's what we'll be using. Let's do some shout outs. We'll get the list all updated and then we'll get into the reading. So exciting. So we'll start at the bottom here. We got Livier Vagara in the house. Hey, Livier, good to see you. Happy Saturday evening to you. Hope you're well. And we also have Betty Joe. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Thank you so much. And we've got Divine Soul in the house as well. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. And we have Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea. Good to see you. All right. And you said you wish you could donate more. It's been tough. Okay, so your free question's up here, up above. Okay, I get you. I get you. Yeah, no problem. I understand. I know everyone gives when they can and how much they can, and so I definitely am grateful. So I'll grab your question up there when I get up to where your question is at. And we got Blueberry in the house too. So Blueberry, good to see you. Got you on the free question list. We got May. Hello, hi. Good to see you as well. I love how you guys say hello. All right. And then we have Sav as well. And we've got your question on here. We'll get you on the free list. So good to see you. Get that on there. And so Chelsea, there's your question. Perfect, perfect. We'll get you up there. Boom, boom. All right. And then I think I am caught up mostly here. We got Lotus of Serendipity. Hello, hello. Got your question on there from Mother Mary. How fun. We'll do that. We have Miniheel. Hey, Miniheel. Good to see you. I got you on the free list as well. We've got EXO, Gene XO. I always feel like you're an X-Men when I say it like that. So hello, love. I got you on the free list here. And we have Ascending Universal Butterfly. So hello, good to see you. Thank you so much again. I'm going to thank you every session when you do that because I am grateful for you putting out all that wonderful information. So thank you for doing that. And I got you on the free list for your question. And I think we got all those. And then we have Maria P in the house. So Maria, I got you on the free list here, as well as the donations. So we've got you there. We got Jojo. Hello, hello. I got you on the free list here as well. And Sudeshna. So Sudeshna, hello. You will be up first for the donation. So good to see you. You're probably sleeping on the other side. And then I did have a couple come flying in here a moment ago from Sean G. Hey, good to see you. So thank you for your donations via the CashApp. I have to go into my German voice or my semi-good, excuse me, a German voice. So, all right. It's my poor impression. All right. And then Shanji, I see you have two. So we'll get you on here. There's for number one. And maybe some more space here. There we are. And then number two, when I see that question, unless you have them in here, let me just check your Cash Apps just in case. Yeah, I don't see them there. So you'll put your second one out here in a momentito. So for donations, we'll have Sudeshna up first, and then Jojo, and then Maria P, and then two for Sean G. All right. And I see that's your free question there. So I don't think the second or maybe the first question didn't come through for you, Sean. The one that I see is about the OSD. And then I don't see another one after that, but I do show two donations. So just in case, I know sometimes YouTube doesn't, it either doesn't go through or YouTube doesn't show it to me. They keep it a little secret between the two of you. So just if you want to repost that first or second question, whichever one didn't get done on there. Be sure to throw that out there, and I'll get you on the list there. It says free question is the one I see for the second. So, but there's 2 donations. So I see the free question, I got that one on there, but I only see 1 question before that, unless you guys see it. Oh, yeah, there you go. Thank you. Alright. Thank you, Blueberry. So I got you, Sean. So I got your second question in there. Sometimes it's kinda quirky the way the chat works every once in a while. So thank you guys for your patience. Alright. So let's do our little I like to do a little cheers, take a sip of coffee before we get started, and I just like to thank everyone for all the thumbs up, all the likes you give to the stream and to, the videos and my podcast, and when you comment, all those things you do does help spread the Zen love. It's something you can do for free to help out the channel. It shows my channel some love, me some love, and you're part of that love tsunami, helping spread that love throughout the world. Because when you do that, it does help the algorithm, and it makes my streams and my other videos get out in front of other people, so other people are aware and get messages from spirit too. So cheers, cheers. Thank you guys so much. I love you. Yum, yum, yum. I think it's a toasted coconut flavored coffee with 0 sugar. I think that tastes like caramel macchiato. Yum, yum. I say it's liquid cake. It's one of the few treats I allow myself. All right. Yeah, yummy. All right, so up first, we do have Sudeshna, so let's dive in. We got 1719 for Sudeshna. There we go. And so this is for Sumita and Maniac. I'm gonna call him Maniac. I know it's probably Manic, but I'm gonna call him Maniac. Uh-oh, is that am I already channeling? Oh, no. So let's see here. Can we check their matching here? See what kind of match this has. What can we know about what kind of match this is between the 2 of them here? I do feel like I want these 2. They want that one too? All right. So that's the match. And then will this move forward based on current energies? And will they end up getting married? Will they make it to the marriage ceremony based on current energies? And okay, and that's a arranged marriage match. All right. So let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. I do feel here the 3 of Pentacles on the bottom, overall energy. It feels good overall. We'll see what happens in here, but the 3 of Pentacles is an energy of like being true to your authentic self. It's a creation energy, which is a positive energy. It's, allowing ourselves the creation, allowing ourselves to be unique. And it's very much a friendly type of energy, a collaboration. So it feels like a lot of people are for this, including I feel like Sumita and the Maniac. So let's take a look here. So tell us about this match. Yeah. We have the Devil card and we have the 5 of Wands. So there is a bit here. It's interesting that it's the Devil card is Saturn, Capricorn energy, all about, thinking and letting go of old ways of thinking. And I like this because I feel like with this 5 of Wands, everyone has this idea of how things should be and are supposed to be and need to be and have to be. But I feel like the maniac, that's why I feel like he's a maniac. He's a bit of a rebel that they're like, we don't need to do everything like we're supposed to do. But I feel like there's a lot of people with their hands involved with that 5 of Wands, like 5 cooks in the kitchen trying to make everything happen. But I feel like they're more of a, well, we can get through the process that everyone else is wanting us to go through, but then it'll be different. Like once we're married, there'll be more freedom, there'll be more not boxed in kind of energy. Meaning, that there's not a lot of restrictions from them, that they want a partner, they want someone who wants to go on an adventure, they want their spouse to be a friend, as well as a spouse and, a partner, not so much a subservient kind of energy. So I like that kind of energy, especially if I'm Sumita. Let's see what else we got. Two other cards here. Yeah, we definitely there is, whoops, gosh, this is gonna be fun. I know round cards are always a challenge. Okay, we'll just start with this one because we got the King of Wands, which is, there is this wanting to move from the heart and not the mind. And we have the Wheel of Fortune too. So, there is this again, that kind of that energy of not being about really strict rules, but wanting to do things from the heart and from passion and excitement of life and not try to live up to everyone else. Yeah. And below that is the Seven of Cups. So I do feel like I love calling a maniac because I feel like they would laugh. Um, that they are very much about the heart and emotional expression. Maybe they're a water sign, or they have a lot of water in their chart because they like to feel, not overthink things. They like to feel, which I like. I feel like that's a good match for Sumita. So it looks really good here. Will this move forward? Yeah, we have the Six of Swords, letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a different perspective, kind of energy, but it is this beautiful movement from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I do feel that does unfold and that does go forward. Will they end up getting married? We have the Nine of Swords. You know, I feel here with this, it's still, if I got this just by itself, of course that looks like no, right? But this energy that I'm getting along with this is different. And I'm trying to put it into words here. I'm trying to let it just seep into my brain because it feels like if I can get out of my head of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, and I can embrace it, kind of like they're doing, and instead of the fear, instead of the, oh, it's got to be all this, instead it's like going into the heart, it can move forward because they don't maniac. He doesn't want kind of marriage and all of that. They're like, yeah, we'll do the important things so both families are happy and blah blah blah. But once that's done, we're going to determine what we're going to do. And and I feel like that is like I feel like that scares Sumita because she's like, "Oh God, no, that's going to upset people. We can't do that." But it's like, but when you have your partner and you're married, the way especially they're approaching it here, you don't have to worry because they're going to protect you. They're going to stand up and not throw you out to the wolves. They're going to be like, "Listen, everybody." They know the rules. They know everyone else that has all the rules. They know how to kind of move everyone around within the rules so that you guys can have what you guys want too. So I like that. Such a maniac. I like them. All right. So it's looking good. I just feel Samita needs to get out of her head a little bit, to allow this smoothness, kind of energy. And let's see here. What's the fortune cookie that comes in for this too here? Oh, looks like you get two from the divine directions. Yeah. It's like Samita has to decide. It's time for you to make a decision, call upon your spirit guides for help, and holiday. Your Madonna singing it. It's time to go on that holiday that you've been dreaming about. Live life. And I like this. Instead of making this marriage journey work, let it be an adventure. Let it be a holiday. And that helps, you know, with Sumita getting out of her head, right? No, it needs to be this, it needs to be this, it needs to be this. And everyone wants everything to be a certain way. It's like, you know what? If we look at it like an adventure and a holiday instead, then we get to enjoy the process instead of stress the entire way, right? So I like that. Hopefully that helps. And that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Many blessings to you. And then we have Jojo is up. Hey, Jojo, thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. There's your timestamp there. And my Saturday is nice. I hope yours was as well. And you want to know, were you right to be worried about O? Some advice on O, please. Hey, hello. What is that? What's that little symbol there? You're here even. I'm like, what is that symbol? I have my chat too small. I'm like, I have some reading glasses that'll be coming in, and then I'll probably start wearing my contacts and then reading glasses so I can see up close and distant wise. He a little asleep and woke up. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a star. Oh, okay. I love it. It might just be appearing different on my chat. So, for of course, there's no right or wrong, right? When from spirit's point of view, you can worry or you cannot worry. They so kind of splitting it up before they pull the cards. So, like I said, there's no right or wrong. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, right? So, you never make a wrong choice and you never make a right choice. You're just making a choice, and it's a perfect choice for you in that moment because otherwise you'd choose differently. So, but also they're saying here, you know, there's never a required there's never a requirement to be worried about anything. Our human side has plenty that it will choose to worry about, but really what do we need to worry about? Very little, which is being eaten by a beast or, getting killed by something, right? True danger, true worry, very small portion of our lifetimes. What we stories we have inside about worry, we can create a whole lifetime of unnecessary worry. So they're like saying it, whether you worried or not, up to you. Was it necessary to worry? No, not at all. But what we'll do here is because you want some advice on this is what they're giving you already. But I feel like we'll have some cards here around the energy is like where I feel they're guiding me is with you worrying about them, and without you worrying about them. I just feel like they just want to show you that, the difference between the two. And I kind of feel like already they're going to be it's going to be the same. Whether you're worried about it or not, it's still the same outcome. And it's just the worry about it is, our energy. I love that. So let's take a look here. So, with you worrying about them or being concerned about their actions or non actions, their words or their silence, and if you weren't worried about their stuff, we'll see what these come out to be. All right. Of course. So, on the bottom of the deck for your entire reading, you have the Lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice. You can't make it up, right? It's there's no wrong choice that we can choose lower vibration and get more of that and draw that in, or we can choose higher vibration and get more of that in. So when we worry, you do this is the power of the story. We definitely learn here. You learn about the power of the story through worrying, right? Because when we eventually, especially, trust me, as you get older and older and older, after several decades of living, you realize historically 99% of the stuff we worried about never happened. And the 1% of the things we worried about that happened, we survived and it was no big deal. It wasn't, you know, anywhere close to what we worried about. It's like Yeah, we have a good track record, or we'd be dead, right? So I like this that you're getting a lot of clarity around your power of story, that you also get to choose in addition to the emotions, you get to choose what things mean. So where's the worry? What's the source of the worry? And even with this King of Swords, allowing yourself to feel this worry because it's triggering, there's some sort of fear that came up. You can look at it and go, what am I concerned about here? What's at the root of this worry, this fear? If we call it what it is, worry is fear. What am I fearing? And why? And I can get to that root and then it can be transformed, right? Yeah, you probably know the reason. Yeah. And you do have here, you've got the Judgment card and the Queen of Cups. So the Queen of Cups is, of course, she's very intuitive, picking up on a lot of emotions that are going on below the surface. And it's even this Judgment card is your higher self calling you to kind of take a look at things in a different way. And I'm getting in this energy, it's like your spidey sense went off. And so there was something in spidey sense in this case is your inner child going, I feel uncomfortable. I feel unsafe. I feel out of control. So something triggered that, right? So not the spidey sense of the spirit going, look out, this was more of the spidey sense that kind of triggers from our little inner child that's going, this reminds me of something. This is weird. I feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable. Stranger danger kind of energy, right? So I feel like you're learning through this definitely when we choose to worry and we choose to allow ourselves to feel the emotions. Again, there's no wrong emotion, and it triggered for a reason, and so we can stuff it and and still worry while repressing our emotions, or we can feel the emotions, get to the root of it, and then transform it, right? So let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah, we definitely have some inner child energy with the Leo sun energy there. That little baby on the horse is the inner child. There is something to do here with your self-worth, with the King of Pentacles rules over over the realm of our worth, and then the Knight of Swords too. So, again, there's this quest of getting to the root of why was there worry. So, you know, that's why they're saying there's no right or wrong if we worry or not. And it's just when we do, we can dive into it if we'd like. If we don't want to keep worrying about things, we can dive into it and get to the root and go, yeah, where's this coming from? Usually it's going to be an emotional trigger is going to be an emotion that originally was felt, excuse me, 7 years old and younger, right? So we go back and go, what does this remind me of? What I was feeling here, what does it remind me of earlier in my life? Doesn't have to be the same scenario, but the feelings behind it can do that. If you didn't worry about it, yeah, eventually it would just rattle again with the devil card here and um with the 5 of pentacles, this is that lack energy, this feeling of, it's a stepping stone energy with the 5 of pentacles, um, and, this will keep it's like the situation will keep coming back and again and again and again. Yeah. Well, and this is what they're telling you here, right? Is that advice on here around is it's not about being in your life, it's the mirror of what they're showing you about yourself. Where is this fear being abandoned, not being enough, not having enough, back to that worth. So the situation with them is coming back to you. So the advice regarding is regarding this mirror and going, it came up on purpose for a purpose for you to be able to go, "Oh, okay." And if we're like, "Whoop," it comes up when we stuff it back down, it will come up again here with the devil card and the 5 of pentacles, that feeling, that challenge of worth and fear of abandonment, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, all that fun stuff, right? it would come up again. So they're like, it rather than the advice around, "Oh," it's, "Oh, the 3 fingers pointing back to me in this situation." The mirroring, the reflection to go, "What's the advice on, you know, why I'm triggering? Because 'Cause you're ready to be set free from it, right?" And so that's what their advice is to look inward and to understand where's this, you know, shenanigans, where's the shaking going on, right? And you have the 6 of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords. So the balance of the head and the heart, and then the balancing of the scales too. The 6 of Pentacles, we talk about that, right? That also goes back to the 7 years old and younger, where the belief, and this might help you identify it, is where did I develop the belief that I have to give so much to deserve so little? Where's this out of whack rate of exchange, right? It happens usually, when a parent or someone that we was really important to us growing up, when we gave so much and we felt we got so little, our little inner child thought, well, that seems fair, and puts it down into I almost sound like what was his name? Did I do that? I can't think of his name right now. Urkel. Sound like Urkel or almost. But it's like it goes down into our subconscious till we bring up this and look at it, and we'll keep triggering, and then we're like, "Oh, it's this. Let me bring this up to my consciousness." Look back and question, who are these individuals that I felt, I didn't get back from them even close to equal what I gave to them, and I wanted so much to have that from them. There's release. In fact, if you haven't checked out my podcast, Abundance Where It Be, we actually talk about this rate of exchange in it because it impacts every area of our life, but especially our emotional and abundance too. But here's the link to it if anyone's interested in checking that out. We do dive in if anyone else is resonating with that. It's one of the big things we don't know about. Um, so yeah, and then you have here, yeah, this little battle between the head and the heart, and this very big nurturing energy. Again, the Empress, tons of emotional energy. The battle between the head and the heart, that comes in here. So, I just feel like they're saying here the advice is kind of the same in that it's important to nurture yourself, look into yourself, because the battle will rage and continue on until you do, one way or another way, right? So, I like it. It's good advice. It's not so much about what to do with like they're giving me all sorts of imagery during your reading here. It's, from The Sound of Music. What are we gonna do about Maria? What are we gonna do about It's like, "Oh, no, what am I gonna do about me and my reactions that are coming up within me?" And because clarity comes, they're saying, when you align and balance on the inside, then, everything becomes very obvious and we see the fears for what they are, then we just see that as actions. There's no story around it till it gets in here. So I get to question my story, and as I adapt and change that, then I see things differently out yonder. Yeah. And there is this Hanged Man is that cocooning time, seeing things from a different perspective, seeking your self-love, here um, because all the love of all these cups of the outside world aren't fulfilling. The Ace of Cups, the self love that's offered, is what brings in the balance and the stability. So it's a mirror showing you what you're wanting to see and stepping into your power again, your power of story and your power of emotional choice on the bottom here too. So, they're not of course, they're not, to be a long-term relationship for you. This is a stepping stone, a learning experience. You have other things and other pathways, coming into your life as you step into your lovely adventure and journey. So it's just to learn about yourself through, so that you can shed some stuff that's holding you back, holding you down, allow you to move forward. Yeah. But yeah. And, you know, so he was annoyed with you. Why is that bothering you, right? So it's he was annoyed with me. Okay. That's his journey, not yours, right? You don't have any idea what mirror that you as a mirror, you don't know what reflection is they're seeing when they look at you, because 'cause they're seeing themselves, right? Just like they don't know what you're seeing when you look at them, but there is something there, right? When people are annoyed with us, "No, no, no one everyone has to love me and not be annoyed with me, not be angry with me. I want everyone to like me." That's our human side because it fears rejection, right? Rejection means danger, danger, danger. So, you know, when we feel we have to fix someone else's emotions, also that emotional choice on the bottom is that you can only choose your own emotions. You can't choose anyone else's. Yeah, you can make it easier or harder by what you're putting out. If you're putting out, you suck, that's going to make it harder for them to choose higher vibration. But if you're just putting out higher vibration, then you can still give someone the entire world. They can still choose to be upset or annoyed with us. And that's okay. You know, it's like, um, I don't need to fix them. And we are taught growing up, right? Because we hear, "You made mom sad, you made dad mad," and like, "Oh, we're so powerful that we controlled our parents' emotions." No, they chose to be upset. They could also chose to be happy or not worry about it, right? But no, they chose to be upset. So, but we're kind of taught, that our inner child's like, we got to make sure that we can do anything we can to make everyone happy so we don't get ostracized, thrown out of the family, the tribe, and end up getting eaten by wolves as a young child, right? It's like, but now we're like, everyone's adults. They get to make their choices. It's their journey, their adventure. You can just focus on yours, right? I like it. Yeah, I like it. It's home. You got a home card for your fortune cookie. It's time to renovate or change something in your home environment or move home. Move your home, right? It's time to move. You got to move it, right? So that's what's coming in there. Sometimes things do get more and more uncomfortable where we're at when it is time for us to, fly the coop, leave the nest, go somewhere else. So, there's always that little extra added in there too. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. I think we got all those. We got all those. Hey, Divine Timing. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. I'll let you know where we're at here too. I think that was everyone. Let me check my emails. Yep. So, for donations, we've got Maria P up next, and then 2 for Sean G, and then you'll be up after that. So, not too long of a line here. Take a quick sip and just cheers to everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right. So, Maria P, we got 44, 34 coming in here. There is your timestamp. Oh, and I already copied it all over here. So, you want to know Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today? Anything about the dark side and what's coming up for you guys next week? We'll do it like that. And then when will work let you know about the changes or the promotion? We'll do a quick when card for that based on current energies. All right, thank you. Card came flying out. And then you want to know Andrew's thoughts and feelings towards you. Why does he want to hang out with you? Oh, this one here. All right. And what do you need to know about Andrew? None of those. All right. All right. That here. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, very temperament, very patient, and that's the alchemy. It's the slow moving, kind of energy. So very calm energy, um, not boring or dull. It's just nice flow, this trust that everything is just unfolding. And even though sometimes it doesn't feel like things are moving, things are moving. So I like that kind of temperament energy. The dark side here, yeah, we got the little Leo energy, this courage energy that's coming in, this courageousness. So I feel like there is some bit of standing up to the dragon going on right now. But they're oddly just kind of in this place of calm, probably because we're in Aquarius moon energy. It's very much analytical, looking at emotions right now. So I just feel like they're kind of holding their ground on some things. That's there. Um, so that seems good. I don't feel like it's anything huge, but it's more like, well, I want to do this for our son's graduation. They're like, no, we can't afford that. You have a choice to do this or this. What do you want to do? Because they're kind of just, you know. Um, so I like that. I like that courage energy that's there. And then what's coming for you guys next week? Got the Queen of Wands. So very much whatever you're grateful for is what you'll have more of next week. Whatever you're focusing on, basically with this Queen of Wands, is what you're going to be drawing in. And I feel like they're kind of doing a generic kind of message for you. They're not giving you exact specifics because I feel like there's a lot of fluctuation energy, a lot of flexibility. So if you focus in on like, what what is missing and I'm not getting enough of, you get less of that, even more to bring it up, and because it expands it in a big way. And then also what you're grateful for, boom, you get more of that comes in. So I feel like they're saying, next week is a big week of manifestation kind of energy that comes in with that. So I like that. So be aware. Yeah. Oh, you mean, with the dark side with the courage card, right? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like he's standing his ground, not just taking it, and he's especially I feel like a lot of it has to do with spending because he's all about trying to create, the, uh, safety net so that they can part their ways and split property and do all this kind of stuff. Um But I feel like that's important for him. He's like, "All right, I gotta start reeling it in." So I like that. And then when will work let you know about changes, or the prom? No, you said promotion. You've got the King of Cups, which the timing is from the 9th to the 20th, so today's the 9th. So I feel like between now and May 20th is when that you will get, communication around changes or promotion here. Makes sense. And then Andrew's thoughts and feelings towards you. Well, 8 of Swords, there still is this kind of binding energy. The 8 of Swords is doing a lot of thinking about what is making me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. What's keeping me from, moving forward? But I do feel like their thoughts are keeping their feelings captive. This would be like this is their heart and their mind is keeping things, um, you know, restricted in there. And so I feel like their mind is keeping them from acting on anything towards you right now, and we'll find out here why does he wanna hang out with you here. Yeah, the Knight of Swords is, the quest of getting clarity to understand. They kinda wanna find out and kind of gain intel on where you're at in your life, and are you really with someone? Do you really care? Are you happy? I feel like they're just kind of understanding what's going on with you and what's your real situation, and to see what they want. I like that, though. They wanna find out intel for themselves, not for anyone else, but they're wanting to know that, because what do you need to know about them? Yeah, the Ace of Cups, they do have emotions here, you know, towards you. There is that emotional energy, attraction energy, but I do feel like, they're wanting to hang out to know what's going on with you, to understand where you're at in your life, to see if you're open, if you're available, or not, right? Oh, yeah, there you go. Boom. So, there is that energy, and that's why they wanna hang out, is to see what possibilities are possible. So, that's what they got going on, Jagabone. Let's take a look here and see what your fortune cookie says too. Yeah. But that's alright, clear boundaries, right? Yeah, I like it. Caution. Tread softly so as not to disturb the woodland floor. So walk carefully with this one. Um, yeah, because I feel like they're a bit enamored a little bit, but that's good, I feel like they'll, share more here coming up, as well. All right, and then thank you for your additional donation that just came in. I'll add you on to the bottom of the list here, so we'll circle back around for that, as well. Yeah, 3rd round? Okay, no problem. All right. So, up next, we got 2 for Sean G. So, Sean G, you're at 5258 is for your first one. Whoops, try that again. So, Sean, there is your first. Oh, that's not a timestamp. That didn't hit the wrong button there. Oh, I didn't hit my shift button. All right. So 5258. And are you going to get the OCD? All right. Let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, are you going to get the OCD? Hey, OCD. Yeah, you know me. I don't know. Why is there a jukebox going off inside my head tonight? All right. And what else can you know here? All right. Let's see what we got here. The bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. So we'll get, of course, more here, but it seems like it doesn't unfold as expected. We'll see what that means here. You have the Hermit card, which this feels like whatever this is. I have no idea what this is as bruddaZEN, but whatever this is talking about, that you can do it on your own. The Hermit card is, this time to reflect and a time for receiving guidance, inner guidance. Yeah, you've got here the Devil card, this big thinking energy of Capricorn Saturn energy, and the 3 of Pentacles, which is about creativity, getting out of your head, and allowing yourself to uh, tap into your creative side, which is not the mind, that comes in through the heart, right? So it's like saying, get out of your head and into your creative side of you, and you'll generate these options. You will find a way, a different, something that's more in alignment with your creativity. Um, so I feel like whatever this is about, it's more, yeah, going that route won't give you the satisfaction that you're looking for, whatever this is. It's like there's something else. Let's see what else they give you here too. Yeah, you've got the yeah, okay. Makes sense. Because you have the Wheel of Fortune and the King of Cups, which is a balance between the head and the heart. And the Wheel of Fortune is something that, of course, it's abundance, harvest that comes in. If you looking for something from your mind, that doesn't fare well. But if you find something that balances your head with your heart, then that's where success comes from. Yeah, I feel like you have this new passion. You have the sun card coming in here, Leo energy, bright, sunshiny. There's a lot of clarity that comes in. And that Ace of Wands is a new passion, a new ignition of energy coming in here too. So I do feel here that they're kind of saying that maybe this OSD isn't all that it's made out to be, and that there's another creative option that is so much more beneficial for you with that Wheel of Fortune. So hopefully that makes sense to you. I don't know. I don't know what OSD is. It's probably something simple, but let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this as well. Just put the cards back in here. All right. All right. Boom, boom. There we go. Yeah. And you even got the strength, which is Leo energy, the strength card in the tarot, which says, when your roots are deep, you need not fear the storm. So when you're grounded in even that strength card, when you're grounded in your inner strength, you do not need to fear the storm. So this inner strength energy with all of this coming into interesting. Right. So that's for your first one there, Sean. Let's see. I got a couple of donations that came in here. So let me add these in. All right. So, Maria, I see your additional. So, number 3, thank you for that. And we have, is that Amru? If I totally murdering your name. Yeah, thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the donation list here. And yeah, just put your question out there. Where we're at, I have one more donation for Sean G, and then Divine Timing, and then 2 for Maria P, and then you'll be up after that. So at your convenience there, just put your question out there, and I'll do that. So, oh, very good. All right. So we'll dive back in here. So, Sean, for number 2 for you, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So thank you for your additional donation. So anything your highest self that made her May sales goal needs to know to meet her there. All right, let's take a look here. So stepping in this path over to here, and we'll see what she has to say for you here. So future Sean, what would you like to tell current present Sean? You're sassy, girl. That's funny. It'd be like, can you imagine, like, right now, if a little portal opened up for a past self for you, like, a year ago, and they're asking, "What message do you have for me?" What would you tell, an old self of yours right now? That's interesting, right? So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the 4 of Pentacles, which is a solid foundation energy. It's also it's a message overall of the outside world doesn't define you. You know, the 3 buckets of, relationship situations and things don't define you. You know, you define yourself. All that stuff doesn't impact your self-worth. It's just you becoming aware of your self-worth. Because we're perfect before we're born. We're perfect all throughout our entire humanity and continue to be perfect afterwards. We just go through stories of, oh, my worth is changing and fluctuating because of, you know, actions and non-actions, words and silence, or whatever is going on in the outside world. But that's all a story. It's all imagination. We're still solid and wonderful and perfect through it all. So I like that. Let's see here. She got you four cards together and then two cards and two cards. So you've got the Hierophant, which is a little bit about seeing things from a higher perspective. Got the Wheel of Fortune. Let's see what else we've got here. You got the Eight of Wands and the Four of Wands. What I'm getting here with this Hierophant, which is the ruler of change, the major arcana number 5, and the Wheel of Fortune is redefine your definition of successful, of abundance. What does that mean? And because they're saying here, when you change your source of what abundance means, instead of it being related to the outside world, you're focusing on relating it to your true self-worth. They go, then energy moves, energy changes, things just flood in and flood towards you. And then the Four of Wands, joy and celebration because of it. So they're saying that when we look to the outside world for our abundance, for our worth, it slows everything down because it's lower vibration. When you go inward and upward to define yourself, that's higher vibration. That speeds everything up. It opens up, and this wonderful flow comes in. So know your worth, girl. Hey, know your true worth. That changes everything, and then change your definition of where what abundance comes from. All right. And then anything else you can do here. I feel here, this is joy, the 3 of cups, your tribe, and the 7 of wands. So they're, of course, they know you because they are you, and they're like, okay, now practical steps. You have important step. That first one, energy, your energy is what allows things to come in or not, right? But they're like, okay, so things you can do, friends and joyful gathering for friends where you stand out. Um, so I feel like some sort of partay or um, I want to say a presentation. That sounds like you're trying to sell timeshare or something. This is if this is sales of your art or different things like that, I feel like if you have some sort of special get together, or a fun group event, or even if it's they're showing me like Facebook event, like your friends on Facebook. Here's a special, we're gonna have a special weekend where I'm gonna be sharing some new art or some stuff, and we're gonna have blah blah blah. Do a little bit of a special group, like for your Instagram people, for your Facebook people, that it's only for them, and kind of energy. Hey tribe, here's this thing, but it is you with the 7 of wands getting out in front of them. So they're like, get inventive, get creative. They keep on throwing in girl. But it is important to let go of old ways of looking at things. With the world card, that's the ending of a major cycle and the beginning of a new adventure. And I feel like they're kind of referring back to the first part of your reading where, if we keep on doing things and approaching things the same way we've done from the place of putting our worth in the outside world, then we're going to continue to get what we've always gotten. But they're like, do this change up and you'll see it'll not impact just May, but the rest of your life, because that is the conduit for which everything flows. And I probably have shared with you my recent podcast of abundance where it be. So if you haven't checked that out, I've been plugging it here today because it's such an important awareness energy. Here's the timestamp. It's Adventure 14. If you're not here right now, you can check out my the playlist and access it that way, of course, as well. All right. So that is what they have for that. Let's see what fortune cookie they bring in for you too, for your future self. So this one here. All right. So you have the night. The night. Find comfort in the night where the world switches off and the stars burn bright. So I do feel like they're kind of nudging you to do, of course, a night event, something along those lines. Um, Again, those other little special, it doesn't have to be an entire weekend, it can be an evening, an evening with the Empress or whatever. Oh, that's cool. They're saying, like, if you have, like, a special piece that you've painted or created, you can have the night be in honor of that piece and then have other related pieces with it too. Um, so, they can have where people are bidding for this one piece, starting at this and see who wants to bid for it, and then other pieces that are available, and of course prints and different stuff too. But I love that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So thank you, Emerald. I got your questions. I got you in there. And we're good there. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip here. We'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. So good, so good. All right. So divine timing, you are up. 106.56 is your timestamp. If I can grab it here. There we go. So thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me here. See, did I didn't give Sudeshna's a love and a like. I'll do that real quick. Okay. I forget to do that sometimes. All right. So you want to know, what are you not seeing in this conflict between you and your roommates? Oh, dun dun dun. Let's see. What are you not seeing here between this conflict between you and your roommates? So we got this and this and this and these. All right. So let's see what we got here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of cups along with the joy, not the joy. This is the joy card, but this is the power of emotional choice, the lover's card here. And I feel like just the underlying energy of that is, kind of two pronged. One of it is, when we get the power of choice, hey, I got you here. Try to do a heart. Oh, look, little peering through there. Is that you can't choose other people's emotions, and you're not responsible for other people's emotions. And because when we try to, we're taught that growing up, right? We talk about how, you made mom mad, you made dad sad. And so we feel like, oh, I'm responsible for everyone's emotions and everyone's responsible for mine. And what a great confusion that creates, because I am the one that chooses my emotions. I'm the only one in control of it. Everyone is only in control of their own. So we have all that responsibility confusing everything when we come back and going, okay, whatever's coming up with inside me is what I can look at. What's coming up in everyone else's, whatever they're feeling, that's theirs. And I don't have any control over that. But also realizing every moment I get to choose, the story that I'm putting to what someone's saying or not saying, doing or not doing. And then based on the story I'm creating, I also create the emotional soundtrack that goes with the story, which then activates the energy of what I wanna focus on with that, and then my physical actions, I choose that too. So if I'm choosing what they're doing is stupid and irritating or hurtful, then I'm gonna choose a emotional soundtrack and reactions that match that. Or, like in this case with the joy, I can also choose a higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter, gratitude, play, kind of energy, around that, that then I can be like, okay, so because it takes two people to argue, right? It takes two people to be in conflict. Someone could be conflicted, and I don't have to be in conflict about it. Right? It can be like, and that because when they're defensive and and when I'm defensive, we're not listening to one another. We're just waiting for each other to finish talking to attack. But when it's important to know here, I feel like below the surface too, that, you know, when each human, we have a little inner child, inner children within us, a mental, emotional inner child, right? And, when we're looking into um ourselves, when we understand that when our little inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, it it throws out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side. We revert to the age that we were when our original wound happened that's being triggered, um, along with the pet hissing cat, and so we end up reacting, and hissing and attacking, hissing and running away, or hissing, attacking, and then running away, depending on what our reactionary style is in the moment, and as well as the other person, right? So, yeah. And you handled it perfectly based on where you're at, you know? So when you realize, "Oh, okay, so they were reacting out of fear, for some way. I was reacting out of fear from something." And when we're reacting, we're not acting like adults, we're acting like children. And when we realize that, it's like, okay, so, what I can do after an argument is, okay, what was I fearing? What triggered me? What? I can't stop saying what. What was this? Where is it? Where's the origin of this? So what was I feeling? When they said that, I felt like, "Oh, I'm a bad person. I'm rejectable. I need to be punished. Punishment means this and this," and it goes back to something in our childhood, that it's a reflection of it. It's a ripple that's bubbling up. They didn't trigger me. I was triggered by the emotions that my little inner child was feeling. And so I can spend time with my inner child going, "Okay, boo, what happened? What are we fearing in this?" And we're like, "Oh, wow. I know that now. That's why my nervous system reacted, because I have a pain, a fearful event that happened that has been echoing since then. And here it echoed again. But now you're in a place of awareness. Now you can like take a breath and go, all right, I see this now." And then we can recover whatever after, with the individuals that we're having an argument with. And if we go in with vulnerability, right? Especially if we've hugged our inner child and we've helped them, we allow them to feel their emotions, we release the trigger's gone. It's not going to bother us as much or not at all eventually. So when they do something, now that I understand, oh, instead of going into reaction, I go into response. And then I can respond as a mature, intelligent, loving, compassionate person because I'm not in reaction. Once we go into reaction, we're a child. We Until we calm and the emotion and the situation is done, then we return back to ourselves and we're like, "Oh God, why did I say that? Why did I do that? Why did I rip that thing in half? Why did I throw that thing at the wall?" We're like, "Oh my God." But and then we realize, "Oh, that wasn't me. That was my, you know, 6-year-old self that was so scared back then. Okay, now I get it." So we can change it. And then we can be vulnerable, like I said, and we can say, "I realize in our situation that I was being, I was triggered by an old memory. And this had nothing to do with you guys. This had all to do with my childhood. And this is what happened and everything. So I'm working on this. And maybe we can work out some communication when, you know, I could use your guys' help. If you notice that I'm reverting back into that, let's have some sort of funny thing that we say to to get us out of that and to have us really come back to, so I can be my adult self instead of my child self, because they're not gonna have a mature conversation. They're gonna, "All my toys," kinda thing, right? So, there's some great awareness that comes from it. But let's see what else. That's the bottom of the deck. I know we went deep into that, right? But, yeah, this is the devil card. This is the shaking, the rattling of the cage, your shadow self showing you something that you're ready to face now, something that you're ready to move through. Because you got the Three of Cups, the tribe, the Four of Cups, the stability energy. But this is when we're ready to move to a new level, how we move from like the Three of Cups to the Four of Cups to the Five of Cups, etc. Conflict, right? We don't just um, "Hey, spirit, I'm paying for an upgrade, I get an upgrade." They're like, we learn through growth. We have growing pains, and so when you're ready to move to a new level, something that's ready to be looked at says, "Alright, you're ready." We kinda get bored with the Four of Cups, so, like, when we reach a certain emotional level, it feels great because we went through conflict, we went from one level to another, and we're like, "Ah, it feels so good to be at this new level of emotional stability and at a higher level, and I love how this feels," and after a while, it becomes stagnant, and we're ready for more conflict, more growth to go to a higher level. I quote every once in a while, uh, Humble the Poet is his name, he has some great books. One of the things he says that's so cool is there's no growth in the comfort zone, and there's no comfort in the growth zone. So when we're feeling uncomfortable, we're like, "Oh, I'm growing," instead of, "Oh God, I'm doing something wrong." It's like, "Oh, I'm growing." So this uncomfortable feeling is that I'm growing. So now I can look at that instead of, "Oh God, I'm failing." It's no, I'm growing kind of energy. So I like that. What else? Yep, you got the um, strength card, the Leo energy. This is your higher self. You're really in this period of understanding your inner strength. And I like this that you're also in a place of standing up for yourself, where normally you would cave and whatever everyone else wants, that's fine. I avoid conflict. I feel like you have this grr inside of you where you're like, "I'm tired of being silent and I'm roaring a little more." At least I'm growling at the very least. So I like that. That's part of this is you're standing up for yourself. So I love that for you. You also have the Justice card. So you're gaining a lot of clarity here. This is Libra energy that rolls over the house of relationships, and it can be roommates too, partnerships. But the Ace of Swords is giving you a new perspective. You're seeing things more clearly. You're cutting away old expectations and supposed to be's and should be's. And I like that because you're taking pressure off yourself, but you're also learning to take pressure off of others too. Instead of having expectations of this is what they're supposed to do and not supposed to do what they're supposed to say and not supposed to say, all those expectations, we focus on lack. We feel like we're in the negative. We're all trying to get up to zero. Instead, especially with this 10 of cups, you have this transformation that comes in where I'm going to start focusing in on what I love about them, what I'm grateful for about them, and I'm gonna focus in on that and not so much on what's not happening and what I feel they're doing wrong, and I'm also gonna do that for myself. Focus on what I love about myself, not what I feel I'm doing wrong. I'm gonna grow that through my energy, right? A small grow. I like that. Yeah. Something that's below the surface here is this fear of being alone, the fear of suddenly being rejected. So there's something here from the past. The Hermit card, of course, is the being alone, being around with anyone, and the Tower card is like something happening where I'm suddenly thrown out, rejected, ostracized. And that goes back to the fears of family or whatever situation you had when you were younger. So, there is that tribal kind of energy, even if we didn't think like, as an adult now, we look back, go, our parents wouldn't have ever truly thrown us out or whatever kind of energy, but there was some sort of fear that, and it could have been someone suddenly was uh, pulled out of your life, either through death or divorce or through someone moving away. That could be a core of the fear of being left behind, the fear of being abandoned could be, present there. So if that resonates, for you, might kind of take a look there. And we do have here, of course, we've got the 8 of Wands, which is a lot of energy flowing, and the Temperance card, which is patience and tempering the fire a little bit, and it balances out. What's funny as humans, right? The thing that we suppressed in ourselves the most, we tend to over course correct. The pendulum swings like if I've been I'm gonna use my little no button. If I've been a yes person doing what everyone else wants and yes, 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 then when I learn my no, I might do it like
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
and it gets worse.
No.
Oh, that's the newer, the gentler one. But we like rah, rah, all these years of holding it in, and then we balance out. But the pendulum goes whoosh, and then whoosh, back to the other. So they're like, you'll temper your temper, and the reactions, and it happens. Just there's so much steam and so much inside. It's like when you first open a can of or a bottle of soda or whatever, and then it doesn't do it as much, and it doesn't everywhere, right? Once you've opened it, unless you shake it up and shake it up, it's gonna not be as so be gentle with yourself, but I feel like understanding the core of where it's coming from is important, right? Um, because your donation was, if I round it up, it was at $5 or more. We do get you get an Oracle of the Rift Walker for your fortune cookie. So let's see what else they have to say here about conflict between you and your roommates. All right, there we go. The Briar Nest. Ooh, interesting. Because the nest is your home, right? Not all cages have bars. Some are soft, familiar, and woven from your own longing. Excuse me, let's take a look here. Card number 10, which is a number of endings and beginnings. So the invocation of this says, I grew around you as comfort. I bloomed where the ache was. You mistook me for sanctuary, but I only softened the trap. Wow. I like that, right? You don't do number 2. The message. So the briar nest speaks to the entanglements we build around our wounds. What? Habits, attachments, patterns that once brought solace, but now inhibit growth. It is the cozy trap, the relationship that quiets your fear but dims your fire, the substance that soothes but saps your clarity, the story you keep telling yourself so you never have to change. The nest is not evil. It was built with care by the part of you that wanted safety, but it was never meant to be permanent. So this card is a gentle confrontation, a soft unveiling. The shadow side says, in shadow, the briar becomes emotional dependency, addictive comforts, the illusion of safety and self sabotaging cycles, a refusal to outgrow what no longer nurtures. You may feel tangled, stuck, or strangely at peace in a place that no longer serves your becoming. The more you struggle blindly, the more it tightens. The only way out is to notice the weave and begin to unwind, right? Oof. So, 3 reflection questions. What have I mistaken for comfort that is actually limiting me? What pain was I trying to soothe when I wove this nest? I feel like that's the big one, right? What might grow if I stopped needing to be held so tightly? Wow, I like that. This freedom energy that comes from that. But what a beautiful picture, though. All those wonderful roses, even though there's thorns, there's something beautiful in it all as well. So I like it. I like it. Right? You need to learn to speak on how I feel more so it doesn't build up. Yeah. Right. I was thinking that when that the fire, because I if it builds up and builds up, it doesn't come out gently. It comes out like that little Inside Out, that, um, movie where it had all the characters inside the little girl, and they had the little red guy that he was anger. When he went from talking normal to and flames coming out of his head. So, I like that. All right. So that is what they have for me, dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Um, but I like that. I do agree that, you know, the more we talk about it when it's happening, we're gentle and we can, it can be calm and we can develop the communication with each other, as well. There's a great book, The Next um The Next Conversation by Jefferson Fisher. And if you wanna check him out on Instagram, I know he's on Instagram, just under his name, Jefferson, and then Fisher is just like the fish, Fish, and then ER. So, I love that. So, that is what they have for you. So, thank you again for your donation. Hopefully, that helps a little bit, and I'm so grateful. Cheers, cheers. Enjoy. All right. So thank you for your second donation there, Amrao. And I got your second question on there. So thank you for that. All right. So we've got two coming up for Maria. Oops. And then let me see here. Um, oh, thank you so much. So I did get a donation, but it's a just because donation. So Michelle Smith, thank you so much for your just because donation. You spoil me, and I'm so grateful for it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. All right. Yeah, don't you? I love that. I love that. There's no comfort in the growth zone, and there's no growth in the comfort zone. It just right. Such a wonderful. He's a poet, of course, humble the poet. So he has a great way with words. A little, hey, Michelle. All right. So we've got 2 from Maria P and then 2 for M Rao after this. So, let us find here she is. So Maria, for number 2 for you. Whoa, that is not close. There we go. We've got here is for your first 2, and we'll dive into here. So, Maria, for this second one, thank you for your donation. PayPal, a deeper dive into your love life. Like what's coming? All right. So, based on your current energies, let's take a look and see what's coming in here for your love life. Boom, boom, boom. These 3, 2, oh, 4. All right. Well, we like the bottom energy. You do have the Sun card, which is one of the most brilliant, abundant growth cards. A lot of bright light, bringing a lot of clarity, but a lot of sunshine, a lot of happiness, a lot of beautiful glow. Underneath that too, you've got the Empress. So again, 2 cards following each other. Oh, you even got the Ace of Swords under that, which clarity, clarity, clarity around the 10 of Pentacles, which is your uh, relationship card in the outside world. So, and this has to do with a lot of clarity around the physical world with the 10 of Pentacles. your relationship as it's expressed in the physical world. So, of course, we'll see what this is all about with these other cards, but the underlying energy here feels very abundant, very fulling, very harvesty, and a lot of clarity about the relationship, positive clarity. So let's see what this is about. So you got these three cards coming out together. Yeah, I feel here you have the Nine of Swords, which is our nightmare and insomnia, our expectations, right? And also the Nine of Wands, which is what has been keeping things um, blocked and keeping things from moving forward here. And I feel like we've talked about probably you could probably be a master on expectation speeches, right? If I had a microphone, "Here, Maria, you say it." You'd be like, "Okay, let me tell you about expectations." You know, when we focus in on expectations, we are focusing on what's not happening more than gratitude for what is, and that's what blocks a relationship. That's what sucks the life out of things because forward movement happens when we're grateful for the movement and the progress we have had and that we are in the moment. If I'm focusing in on what's not happening, then my energy says I want more of not happening. And so it slows our progress down because it likes I want slowness, not speed, because I'm focusing in on how slow things seem to be going and then that slows down everything else. But when I'm focusing on the gratitude for how far things have come and where we're at today, then more of that comes in, right? And I feel like this is what they're saying here is an important piece. One, celebrating how you have been letting go of more and more and more expectations, but there's still some release that can come here from the supposed to, the should. And if we ever wonder, like, well, I don't know if I have a lot of expectations. When we write down what do we feel still needs to happen in our relationship that hasn't happened? Immediately, boom, 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 just write them out. It helps you to get it onto paper to see, oh, this is what I think is supposed to happen and that hasn't. That's where I can release. I can say, I'm okay that this is gonna take as long as it needs to take, and I'm giving the timing to the creator, going, "You're gonna bring it in the perfect timing, in the perfect way. I trust you. I'm gonna enjoy what is." And then this other thing about the future, a lot of it is, like, s kinda predicted out into the future of supposed to be and should be and need to be, right? "Oh, it's not here yet." We're focusing on lack, right? So when we go, "You know what? I'm gonna give that all to you. I trust you. You're gonna bring it perfect timing, perfect way. I'm gonna focus in on everything that's wonderful right now." Everything just comes in and it's beautiful when you don't expect it. It's just like, wow, I had zero expectations. I get something, it's abundance. I have all these expectations and get this. I have all this lack. Even though I had all this abundance possible because of my expectations, I'm focusing on what's not there. It's like they're showing me like you go to your mother's birthday party and you know you bring something that's really you think she'll really like and is special and you give it to her and she opens it up and goes, oh, that's nice, but I really wish I would have, you know, that's nice, but I was really hoping that you would have gotten me that. Wow, right? It's that's what we're doing with life when we're not going, "Oh, wow, all the love you put into choosing this for me, and this is gonna remind me of you for the rest of my life. Every time I see it, I'm gonna put it right on my coffee table, and I'm gonna see this, and it's beautiful, and thank you." Then, what that's gonna do for you is you're gonna wanna give more to mom, right? If they were disappointed in what you gave them, screw that, you're not getting anything else again, you old hag. Just kidding. But it's true. All right, what else? Yeah, and here's the 8 of swords. So here's the letting go and becoming aware of the thoughts and the beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore. All those that restrict other people and restrict us from having this wonderful relationship. I'm letting go of all these stories, of all this supposed to, of all this should. And as I'm clearing that out, my abundance and what is grows. You have the Queen of Wands. Wow, you got this in your last reading. And you're the one. You're the one that controls your experience, no one else's. Whatever energy you're focusing on is what you get to experience and what you draw to you, right? Lower vibration, we draw in lower vibration experiences, higher vibration, focusing on unconditional love, not a love that has conditions. If they do this, then I love. No, just I love. I have joy, I have gratitude, I have play, laughter, and fun. Then the more of that comes in. But if I'm focusing in on fussy and disappointed and sad and angry, well, we're telling the universe, order up. I want more of that. Right. So I love this. You're stepping into your power with all this. Yeah. Yeah. The King of Pentacles. You got these four cards coming out. Let's see. You got the King of Pentacles. Yep. The Eight of Wands. These two, I feel like they're kind of separated into two and two. I haven't seen these two yet, but because the King of Pentacles is you're really going through a big adventure of your worth, realizing that when you define yourself by the three buckets of the outside world, relationships of all kinds, lovers, friends, family, coworkers, bosses, whoever, we feel unstable because those are unstable. When we focus in on job, education, social status, marital status as defining our worth, we feel unstable because all that is unstable too. And things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all those things are unstable, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away. Unstable. Situations never stay the same, right? Jobs, all that never stay the same. Um, and then, of course, things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So, this is all about when we are putting our worth out here, we feel unstable. We feel like we're pouring all of our energy to a black hole. When we bring back our worth inward and upward to the eternal unconditional love, that's how I'm defined. I am priceless, baby. Then the Eight of Wands is all this energy returns back because into us and full and overflowing, right? So I love that. Yeah. And we do have the High Priestess is about stepping back, understanding our own emotions, understanding what's below the surface of all our emotional adventure. Because the Four of Cups is when we look to the three buckets of the outside world, we feel bored. But when that self love comes in, that's what changes everything because the outside world changes from a place that feels lacking to something that feels full and overflowing. Doesn't mean we stop wanting love or anything from the outside world. We just don't need it. We're not desperate for it. We enjoy our inner adventure and that fullness of that love that comes from deep within. And then and we don't live in lack. We don't live in nagging everyone, including ourselves, to do all that kind of beating ourselves up for not being who we think we need to be lovable, and everyone else, they're not doing what we want to do. We kind of release control of the world because we don't control it anyway, but trying to control the world is exhausting. We come back to our self love. It just becomes so peaceful, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. We'll dive into your next one. Yeah, you're grounded. Well, no, it says grounded, but it says keep to your roots and stand taller than the trees. But how perfect is that, though? Grounded is, you know, when we turn inward, we do have our anchor here for stability instead of anchored to something unstable and get thrown all over the place. We have a strong foundation on the inside. Outside world, not so much, right? All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then we'll circle back for number 3 here in a momentito. So we got Marissa Smith in the house. Hey, Marissa, thank you for your donation via the PayPal. Got you on the list here. And Anna, hello, hello. Good to see you. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Hello, hello. So we have Maria P, for number 3, and then we have 2 for, Amra, and then Marissa, and then Anna will be up after that, according to my list here. So that's what we'll do here. Let me take another sip. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Happy Saturday. Can you believe it's Saturday already? I can't believe it's like May 9th. What the heck? All right. So, Maria, we got number 3 here for you. Here's all of your timestamps. We'll, of course, circle back around for your free reading eventually, too. Very good. Let's do that. Oops. Right. Just breaking things here. All right. Oh, all right. So let's dive into Andrew's thoughts here. Cheers. Right. Andrew's thoughts. Oh, Andrew's feelings for you. And what's going on here? What is happening here? All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Hanged Man, which is a transformational kind of energy, like moving from a caterpillar to a butterfly. I feel like, yeah, you're curious. Yeah, you're like, what the heck? What's triggering this? I feel here that if they were interested in someone or in a relationship, I feel like that has ended or is ending. And and so they're in this period of looking at, well, who's next? What's next? What's available out there? And so I feel like that's kind of the underlying energy. They're going through a big transformation in their life, was made them think about things. Um, their thoughts about you, the 7 of Pentacles, this feels like something that's been on their mind for a very long time because that's the patience, right? The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And I feel like, especially with this Magician, which is about taking action, what am I waiting for? What's to lose? How much you been drinking while you've been fishing? Did he have some false bravery suddenly? And he's like, I like you, I love you, I have feelings for you. You're like, I'm in a relationship, buddy. But I feel like they've been waiting, they've been patient, and I feel like now whatever is unfolding, I feel like, and if this resonates, it's kind of like they're in a relationship and you're not, and then they're getting out of a relationship and then you're in one, and then they get in a relationship and then you're not in one, and they're like, I keep missing you. And I feel like they've been having these feelings for you for a long time, and they're like, I can't wait till we're aligned where we're both not in a relationship because it never happens. So I'm gonna, while you're in a relationship and I'm getting out of one, I'm gonna act I don't care anymore. That's the kind of energy that's coming in, like a frustration of, I gotta just say something. It's better to say something and know than not say something and never know kind of energy. What are their feelings towards you here? Yeah, they definitely, these 3 cards, you got the Queen of Wands, so they do see you as someone full of fire, full of passion. They really like that, and especially with the Leo energy here too, this, kind of energy that, is coming in here too. Yeah, and this new communication. I feel like there's just, they wanna know more, and we got that in that previous one too, right? You're reading about that they're seeking clarity. Why do they wanna do it? They wanna understand, they wanna know where you coming from, what are your thoughts? Do you even think about this way about me at all? And all that, and don't be afraid to say no, if you're not, because it's better to just let them move on to someone else that's more in alignment. If you're like, "Oh, I you're such a great friend, but I don't have that kind of feelings for you. If I could, if I could generate them and just, have it happen, yeah, but it's just not there." and I I can't just make it, happen. Underneath that, yeah, we have the moon card, so there's a lot of emotions below the surface here. And I feel like they've been hiding these emotions for a very long time, this moon card. And also, let's see, what is all the moon energy doing? Because we just had a full moon, but we have the new moon in Taurus coming up next Saturday. So we're in Taurus season too. So there's a lot of that, the Venus energy, the senses energy wanting to be expressed to come in. So I feel like there's kind of some of that happening too, right? Yeah. Um, Fans review. And then what's going on here? Let's see here. So you have the King of Cups. Yeah. For some reason, they just feel like you're a perfect, compatible person for them. The Page of Cups. They just are so happy around you. And the Five of the Hierophant here, it's funny because what it's kinda like, I don't know, it's like a card game. They see you as like, "Wow, you're so compatible, and you make me so happy," but then you have this stepping stone energy, like, it kinda overrides all that, and it's like, "Ixnay." I would only be a you would only end up, um it would be a stepping stone for you because they're not compatible with you. It's like they're a three-fingered person and you're a five-fingered glove. Yeah, you would be great for them. You would be compatible. I mean, you would be, for them, self-fulfilling, and 2 extra, empty whole, fingers on the glove would be empty. So, yeah, they're full, but you would feel empty because you need 5 fingers to make the glove feel full and not have, things flying all over the place. I always love that example from Spirit in this 5 energy. So, it's like it's important for you to know that, they're like, "I think you're great. I think you do all this," but, um what's that song? You don't oh, it's "You don't own me," but this is "You don't know me." You don't know me, not the real me. And I feel like here with this 9 of Pentacles and the Lovers card is that, you know, I feel like they haven't been alone for a very long time. They usually are going from relationship to relationship, kinda like a serial monogamist where, you know, they haven't had the time to be alone and to learn that you have to be able to be happy alone before you can be happy in a relationship. And I feel like that's important for them, you know, for all of us, really. If we're not happy alone, no one else can make us happy either. Um, yeah. And it feels here the King of Pentacles energy, brings in this um there's like two different ways you can look at relationships, right? One is like you're living your life and you're living your passions and enjoying what is coming in life. And then you bump into someone and you really like who they are. And then a relationship kind of sparks and grows and builds. And then you're like, wow, I would love to continue to feel this way the rest of my life with you. That's the relationship. That's how a relationship that's full of life and love is born. And then the other side is when we're like, I have a belief that I need someone in my life in order to feel fulfilled and full. And so a requirement, a box to be checked off, a position that someone needs to be in my life needs to be filled. And I keep looking for someone to fill this position. It's almost like work where you're a manager trying to find someone to fill a job with all these duties and expectations, and that's kinda how it feels, is that they feel empty, they're trying to get someone and they're like, "Hey, I think I saw your resume. online. I think you would be great for this position. I think you would be a great fit for my company called My Life." And you're like, but there's almost like this underlying energy that they're looking for a position, not a person. And it's not the person that they're going, "Oh my god, I would love to have you be in my life." It's, "I think you'd be good for this in my life." There's a difference. Do you feel that? But I feel like that's kinda what's going on, with that there, right? Alrighty. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. And we have affirm. Yeah. Affirm or denies. This is create your own affirmations. Think of words or phrases that inspire you and write them down. I like that. This is like the opposite of what I feel the energy is for this is because you can confirm or deny, right? This is, I'm going to affirm in my life. What is it that I do want? I want this with Wally, right? Right now. And Um, so, when they're sharing that, you can say, "Oh, that is so sweet, and I'm so grateful for your friendship. Um, I wish I felt the same about you, you know, I love you as a friend, but, my heart belongs to another, and I know you understand, and I'm grateful for that. Bye." Anyway, so hopefully that helps. Looks like you wanted any message from him to you today. Do you want me to replace your free reading with that instead? Okay, I'll put that here. Any message from Andrew? It was Andrew, right? Yeah, we'll put that there. Instead of a general, I feel like you really want to know that. So, unless you change your mind between now and when I get to the free readings here, but you'll be number one on the free readings when we get there. All right. So, that is what they have for you. So thank you again for all of your donations, my dear. Many blessings to you. I'm going to take a sip here and we'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everyone. All right. So we have Amrao for number one. We got 152.36 for your first one here. We'll put that down here. Let's see, is this one of those? Yes, I can give it a love and a like here. So thank you for that donation. And for your first question, so John Jordan's feelings for you now that he came to your city in Morocco. Oh, wow. Hello. Other side of the world, Morocco. He is an American. Oh, God. Run, run. I'm just kidding. So, oh, I like it. Yeah, well, here you go. You had a beef with him and you forced no contact. All right. Yeah, I get you. You're like, yup. Sometimes, not all Americans. There's a lot of lovely American people, but there's some fear-based American people too that don't treat people well. As the world has everyone on both sides of those two. It's not just America, right? Everywhere there's people that are loving, and then there's people who are in fear who are not so loving because they're in fear. Let's take a look here. You're all, "Yes, sir." So, what are his feelings for you now that he came to your city? Let's take a look here. We got 1, 2, 3. Got this one and this one here. And this isn't even after after the beef and force no contact. How are they feeling now, right? Well, the bottom of the deck, we still have the Empress energy here, which is about birthing, sensuality. There's a lot of emotion, unspoken emotion below the surface from them. Um, that comes with the Empress energy. There's even this little flow of water back here that's kind of behind the scenes kind of energy. And I do feel here, I mean, we've got the also beneath that the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Pentacles. So I do feel here that they're hoping, with this ending of the Wheel of Fortune number 10 and the Ace of Pentacles, a new beginning, they're hoping that things will kind of simmer down and that there will be like a new opportunity to reconnect is this underlying energy. And so they have that there. Um, and and I feel like there's a little stuff below the surface a little bit here. Like one of the things what was really attractive to them is your fire. And I feel like they understand that your passion, your fire, that sometimes that can create sparks, that can create fires as well as passion. But I feel like he understands that, that comes with the territory, there's gonna be, "Wah," and then, um it's like I feel like they're saying to themselves, "I need to be a bit fire resistant." There was a lot of fire, yeah. So it's like I need to be fire resistant so that I don't get burned, um, and I'm okay. It's like I can face the flames of the sun, because it's worth it, um and I feel like they're like, "We'll work this out somehow." But let's see what else we have here. That's the bottom of the deck. How does he feel now that he came to your city? Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna show this one first. Here's the lightning bolt called, um, Amrau, right? Oh, you are in Aries. Well, yeah, there you go. So I like that. Here's that, um the fear of being, sudden endings energy. It's like, wow, okay. And then of course here's this feeling of feeling alone, getting blasted out. But they also have the King of Wands with that, which is the ruler of fire, coming in here that they're like, I can, because the King of Wands is like with the Queen of Wands, and the Queen of Wands is fire and emotion. King of Wands is fire and mental. So, mental energy. They're not mental, but thinking energy, and they're divine counterparts. So their fire is what they can have in common, and there is that, and especially if you force no contact, then I feel like they're kind of feeling like you will be the one that will oh, he's a Libra, so that makes sense, right? That he will wait for you to, say, um, "I'd like to talk if you're available," and I would be like, "Yes, I am," you know? And so I like that's underneath there, even though with the blasting, they feeling alone, that King of Wands is like, I get it. I know fire. In fact, in the whole fire suit, the salamander and all the salamanders are what protects the king from fire. So I feel like they're okay with fire. In fact, air and fire are very compatible energies because air feeds fire. Interesting, right? Let's see what else. We have three other cards here. Yeah. Page of Wands, definitely wanting more fire. They're wanting, more action, more interaction with the Page of Wands. Yeah, they got the death and the rebirth. Oh, wow, they just showed me the phoenix in my head. So they're like, you know, I have a feeling we're gonna have a lot of, the phoenix catching on fire and rising from the ashes, and but learning, I feel like, you know you'll learn to communicate. You'll learn to elevate your relationship to where you can, you know, instead of turning into fire, you're like, "I'm starting to heat up." You know, when you start to feel the heat rise, what can we do to calm the fire down a little bit, right? To not have it go into supernova. You know, it can still be bright and it can still be fiery, but not supernova where it, burns away all the planets, right? Yeah, and the Queen of Pentacles. So there's a bit of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing oneself. And this is about birth and harvest, kind of like the Empress. So, they do feel it's worth it because both of these energies are, you have that nurturing energy. They love your heart. Um, and so I do feel like they feel, that this is something that's worth um, enduring the flames from time to time. But if it is something that happens all the time, of course, that's not healthy. So it's about learning how to communicate um, before things, turn into a volcano that erupts. It's release of fire consistently instead of letting fire build up and explode, right? So that's good. That's growth opportunities for both of you on both sides, right? All right, let's see here. What's your fortune cookie for this one? And we'll take a look at your number 2 here. So you've got, yeah, journey. Branch out to new worlds. Beautiful. So this is a journey. Look at it as an adventure and a journey instead of expectations and rules and contraction. Look at it as an adventure and see what unfolds, right? So hopefully that helps with that one. So many blessings to you. Let me see here. I think I had, let me just grab a couple things here and we'll go on to your second one here. All right. So I think that's an honest question there. Got you on there. And then we got Crystal Ray in the house. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. I'll add you on to the donation list here. And I think that was everyone. So we got one more for Amral, and then Marissa Smith will be up, and then Anna, and then you will be up, Crystal, is where we're at, I do believe. I do believe. All right. So for number 2 for you, Amra, you got 20220. Look at all those twos and zeros. Power of choice energy. We'll see what this is about here. We'll give you your second one here. Whoops. A love and a like there. All right. So for number 2, does he miss you like you do him? All right. You feel him energetically a lot. I love that. He is an athlete. You were a fan. We met once randomly, but you feel him sometimes. Oh, very nice. So let's take a look here. No wonder he likes the fire. Aha. Excuse me. So, does he miss you like you do him? All right. Take a look here. What we've got there. And let's see, what's his current energy? See if it matches what you're picking up to. All right, let's see what we have here. So, does he feel the same way here? Yeah, we got all this fire and sun energy coming in here. I feel like, um, there is this passion energy, and I don't feel like they're, because they're more mental with the Libra energy. Heck, we got that King of Wands. I feel like they um, are more analytical about things, of course, and where you're is more emotional about them because of the makeup that is there. But um, the Six of Swords is about waiting for new communication and clarity to come in, right? Because it's moving from, you can see like there's these choppy waters and there's moving into calmer waters. So I feel like they don't feel the um permanency of the force no contact because they feel like things will calm down, we'll reconnect, and then, we've got that fire energy of the Leo energy, and then the 7 of Wands about, allowing you to be true to yourself and you allowing them to be true to themselves. So, I feel like it's more that they're not, because missing comes from, like, the heart, and I feel like foremost, they're more mind, even though Libra rolls over the house of relationship, but they see it from a mental standpoint, and then they allow emotion to come in, but foremost, it's like more mental. Even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the Hierophant, which is the master of change and seeing things from a different perspective. And they do have the Ace of Wands under that, which is, a revised, reignited passion kind of energy. But there is emotions. And you even got the Six of Cups, which is about a return of emotion. But there's a lot of emotion below the surface to be revealed from them. Yeah, even the high priestess here. Don't know, I feel like there is all 3 of these cards underneath that, represent, like, past life connection energy. So I do feel like you guys have had past lives together, and there's a lot of past life emotion and connection flowing below the surface. I feel like that's why you guys kinda get drawn to each other very easily. This comfort, this energy. Could also be why you a little bit too, and why you're picking up their energy from a lot from across the pond, um, etcetera, and I feel like that's pretty cool because there is feelings that are there that aren't connected to actions or non-actions, words or silence, in this lifetime. It's from past lifetimes that you're also picking up, which is probably why you know, fire from the past just adds into amplifies some fire that comes here, and it's like, whoa. So I like that. We have the Knight of Pentacles. They're a very patient person. Yeah, and the Seven of Pentacles. You got 2 patience cards. I feel like they're very patient. They're like, "Well, we'll see." I feel like they're feeling like um you'll cool off a little bit, and you will open back up. You'll allow communication to open back up, and then he goes, "Then we'll go from there." So I kind of feel like that's where they're kind of coming from right now. But I do that past life connection makes so much sense, right? That draw, that kind of feeling like you knew him before, not just from meeting him once randomly, but kind of this, we're, feeling very much from the past as well. So I love it. And you got dance for your fortune cookie, which says allow yourself some fun each day, just as the sun dances with the moon each night. I like it. This beautiful dance. Allow yourself that, you being the fire, them being the moon. Absolutely. I love that for you. So thank you again for your donations and have a great evening or day over there in Morocco. So happy to have you here among the Zen friends. Enjoy. If you need me to go take care of them, just let me know, just send me an email. Can you go visit? I'm like 6'4", so I'm a pretty big guy. I can go visit and knock on someone's door. I have a message for you. What? I'm just kidding. I'm not a bouncer. All right. So many blessings, everybody. All right. Hey, is that Hans? Hans, good to see you. We'll get you on to the free reading list here as well. We're still on some donations here. I've got Marissa up next, and then Anna, and then Crystal Ray is where we're at right now. So cheers, cheers, everybody. That was a little slurpy there. Sorry. Hey, Marissa. All right. So, Marissa, your timestamp 209 29. Wow, look at all those twos and nines. I love all the synchronicities here. And let's bring up your what's right here. So I got your questions here. Same height as your ex. Oh. Well, I'm an old man though. They could probably take me on, right? Come on, come on. Although I've never been in a fight in my life except for my brother growing up, my older brother. So, you know how they say that if you like your first fight, I could almost probably kill someone with all that pinned up energy from the past that never got expressed. All right, Marissa, sorry. So, Marissa, you want to know, will A and your son ever have a relationship? All right. So, based on current energies, will there be this relationship? Boom, boom. All right. He's only 2 and he still hasn't met his brothers. All right. Let's see here. Will he meet his other brothers from different mothers, right? And then what else can we know about this here? Okay. Yeah, we've got the bottom of the deck. I kinda had a feeling like eventually it will, because 'cause you've got the Temperance card on the bottom, which is the last, it's the same mother. Um, so they're your children and he has them? Is that what you're saying? Um, but the Temperance is, it's slow process. Eventually, it unfolds and, um so I do feel like eventually things slowly unfold and go in that, direction there. But let's see here. Based on current energies, will they have a relationship? We got the 4 of Swords, which is an energy of it's a it's a different type of relationship. It's not an expected relationship. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I said brothers from a different mother, meaning, they're not your children, they're someone else's. So when you said same mother, that threw me off for a sec, but I get what you're saying. Their brothers are from the same mother. So you have one, another has 2. Uh, so the 2 brothers have the same mother, but I get you. So I have it there. I'm not buffering on this side, Marissa, so that might be on your side. You might try, like, leaving and coming back, um, because I'm fine on my end. I have myself up on a separate so I can watch myself. Okay, normal. Okay, great. So I do feel like with this 4 of Swords, it's a not a relationship that you expect. Um, it's a different type, you know? We got the 4 of Cups here as well, and, the, Justice card, which is this eventual balance. It's about seeing relationships from a different perspective. It's not a normal type of, like, if you're thinking, "Oh, a relationship with their father means that they're, um, you know, regularly doing this together, and they're doing this and that and that and that and that and this and that." You you can, like, wipe those expectations away and go, "You know what? They will have a relationship with their son in the way that your son and, they want to have." And it's like, I it's like, let yourself be free from the responsibility of the relationship they have with their father. That's not on you, and you can't control it, and the more you control it, the more you push it away. So it's like, "You know what? Um, I'm gonna be the best mama ever in their life, and I'm gonna give them so much love that it's gonna fill up the cracks that they feel empty from their father." They will still have that emptiness for a while, because I feel like it's gonna be more, we'll pull more. I have more cards here, but I feel like it's more, like, later when they're, getting into I don't know why sports, but, like, when they're getting into sports and getting into something that they can relate with. Right now, I feel like they're just like, I don't know how to handle a child because 'cause they're a child themselves, right? I don't know how to handle a child, a toddler. But if it's someone, that's, you know, I feel like they'll be more engaged when they're in a place that they can, do things, okay, you get me. I figured. All right, let's see what else. Yeah, we got here. Yeah, and here's this. I feel like this is you, mama energy with the Queen of Cups and the Ace of Wands. And, we've got here with the 10 of Swords, there is this like you trying to create it, and you have all these expectations that you're trying to make come to pass. All that does, if we're focusing in on what they're not doing, we get more of that, of not doing, right? Um, and if we try to push them, like we said, what happens? It's like a kid. It was actually every human, because we do it as adults too, right? If you try to push me, I resist. If you try to pull me, I resist, or I go in the other direction, right? So the more that we can be like, you know what? Instead of telling them what an yeah, I'm sure you don't do this, but just in general, instead of telling someone how an awful father they are and how they're lacking and not being a good father and where they're not doing what they should be doing, that's not going to encourage anyone to do anything, right? We're more encouraged as humans by if you tell me what I'm doing well, then I'll want to do more of that and other things. But if you're telling me what I'm doing wrong, I'm not gonna invest energy into a black hole. I'm just gonna stop. But if someone, you know, is like, "Oh, thank you so much for doing that, and I know they had a wonderful time, blah, blah, blah," or whatever. Then they're like, "Oh, okay." Gratitude for what they are doing breeds more of that. So I like that. We also have here, yeah, you got 3 more cards. We've got the 7 of Swords and the Knight of Swords that comes in here, along with the Chariot card, which I'll talk about this in a sec, but I feel like there's this energy when we have all those expectations and we put enough pressure. Oh, he's an Aquarius. Well, yeah. If we do, I'm an Aquarius sun too. That's why I'm like, well, yeah, we're weird and quirky and different. We don't like doing things the regular way anyway, so that explains a lot. But also, if you pressure enough, they might say, "Alright, I'll do that," and then lie, back out, make excuses and all that. And we don't want that. We want them just to be able to be themselves and, be able to do what they wanna do, not hold them to any, um, time frames or, if they're not able to make it at a last minute or change their stuff, the more we're like, "All right, I hope everything's okay. I'll let him know, and I'll go take him for ice cream. You owe me." Laughing, "Ha, ha, ha," um, but, um, I like this because this is the power of choice, energy that whatever unfolds in our lives in anything, but especially because 'cause we're talking about the relationship of them with their son, that I'm the one that gets to control the story of what I put to what they're doing, not doing, saying or not saying, the emotions I feel behind it, the energy and my actions. And whatever I choose is what I get more of. And so I'm like, do I want a life of disappointment and plotting revenge and sadness and anger and resentment for who they're not being and blah blah blah? Or do I want to just, let all that go? It frees us, right? Because it's like trying to control 100 cats, even 10 cats, even maybe one cat. But just imagine 100 cats trying to get them all together to take a picture of them together. Frustration and what's the possibilities of that being successful, right? Zero. You get one cat up there, you turn your back for a moment to put another cat, that cat's gone. You're like, "Oh, God." So there's this freedom that comes in just to free yourself from the responsibility of their actions, their words, their non-actions, their silence, and just focus on your relationship with your son, your relationship with them or not, and control what you can control, your stories, your emotion, your energy, your actions, because you can't control theirs. Can't even control a 2-year-old, can we? Because your hands are full. Yeah. So we got this beautiful balance between your head and your heart and creativity that comes in here as well. Um, letting someone be true to their authentic self and um and I like this. When we allow someone to be themselves, then they stop acting defensively and and then they can be creative. They can express themselves. And that goes back to that instead of feeling like I'm failing, if I'm being celebrated for what I do, then I want to do more. And I feel like that's kind of what they want to end it on is, whatever we focus on, if we're focusing on gratitude, then people want to do more. So I like that. So what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. And yeah, you got humility. I like that. It says flowers are unaware of each other's beauty and they bloom regardless. I like that. It's just like I'm not gonna judge someone else's beauty or non-beauty. I'm just gonna bloom myself, focus on me and my little Bubba, you know, and their, your son's resentments or anything towards their father is theirs, and they won't blame you for their actions. They will just, have their own stuff to work out with their own father. And you're like, none of my business. That's their problem, not mine. So you are very welcome. So hang in there, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. All right. What did you say, Gene? Your ex was like a big bear, move slow. Oh, okay. So stay downwind. Wait, upwind? Downwind. You have to stay downwind from a bear because they have good sense of smell. So if you're wherever it is where the wind is coming toward me, not from me toward the bear. That's the important thing. All right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. We just have a couple more. We have Anna and Cristo Ray up next for donations. If I don't have any others, then we'll dive into some free reading. So cheers, cheers. All right. So Anna Banana, hello. Good to see you. Here's your timestamp. And whoops, go a little further here. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me here. Yeah, thank you. My host is doing well. She was sick a little this week, a little congestion, but she's on the mend. She's taking a good rest day today, which is good. So, and I'm doing great. So I hope you're doing well, Gene. All right. So, Anna, you're requesting the deepest dive tea read. Please, you sent an email to 3 companies, DMW, regarding a specific concern. Will the 3 companies investigate? Dun, dun, dun. He can be loud, but he's harmless. All right, let's take a look here. So let's see here. We've got D. We've got M. All right, boom, boom. And W. And what do we have below here? He's got those 4 for that one. These for that one. And just that one for that one. All right. So what we got here. Sorry. What I heard when seeing the bottom of the deck was boring because they're looking at the 3 companies here and they're bored with that. They're like, "Isn't there anything more interesting here?" And it was like, Isn't there something else that's coming in here? Um, so just very, very interesting how the bottom energy is. It's like this is like I don't know. It's not like a third world problem, kind of energy. They're just like, how much does this matter? This specific concern. That's funny that that's the way that kind of just the underlying energy of your like your spirit guides. It's like I feel like that's a good thing to reflect on is how important is this going to be in 10 years? And it's a good energy to come in with anything, really. It's a good reminder for all of us. What's going to matter in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years when I'm 100? Um and it helps us put things in perspective. So that's good. I like that, you know. It's like okay, this is all right. So let's see here. We'll start off with D. Oh, you did in alphabetic order. DMW. I like that. So D. Uh, will they investigate? So D. Will they investigate? Ace of Pentacles. I feel like they will. That's a yes. It's an opportunity. It's an abundance energy. The four cards underneath it are the Nine of Cups. I feel like they approach it in a way that pleases you, that you feel like, oh, good. I feel like you'll get communication. Thank you for submitting, your specific concern. Da 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 da. And this is what we're doing, and we'll follow up and blah 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 kind of energy. So I feel like it's whatever makes you feel like, okay, this is how I would handle it. I feel like they're handling it that way. At least the investigation. And then they put an end to it. No, I'm just kidding. We've got the death card here, along with, yep, the emperor energy and the five of cups energy here too. So I feel like they're really good on the upfront of trying to make people feel like I'm really looking into this. We're going to do our due diligence kind of approach to it. But then it feels here with this emperor, it's like this is like management. This is like a decision for management to put an end to the investigation. Um, not like put an end to it, but they come to a quick conclusion. But it doesn't feel like it's one that's then in favor of what you thought should be done. That's based on current energy here. I feel like they're kind of just chop, 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 you know? Yeah, we'll look into it and we're gonna do da 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 da. And then disappointment, kind of like, what? Really? That's your decision? Kind of energy there. But if you would, what is this? But if you would like to appeal the decision, please fill out blah 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 blah, blah right? Red tape, other stuff. If you have a disagreement with the decision, kind of there's an appeal process kind of thing, if that makes sense. So I feel like that's for D. For M, let's see here. Will they do an investigation? You got the Two of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy because this feels like kind of go a little around and around a little bit with it. Um, Maybe asking for more information, da 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 da, blah 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 blah, kind of stuff. What is this Four of Pentacles? It's like because it's kind of like you have to jump through some hoops with them for them to start the investigation. It has something to do because that Four of Pentacles, it has to do with like worth. And so they have to see the impact. And so I feel like they ask some clarifying things around impact and etc. So hopefully that makes sense to whatever this concern is. We do have the five of the Hierophant, which is they try to look at things from a higher perspective because they like looking at things to see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Yeah, and the hangman too. A little bit of a pause. I feel like it takes them a bit of time to try to see things and investigate from a different perspective. And this one tends to be here with the 10 of cups. This is a more of a like you feel more satisfied here with the 10 of cups of the outcome that comes in with that one. So I feel like even though it feels like it's a little more frustrating on the front end, it's happy on the back end. Whoa. Whereas the other one was, happy on the front end, not so happy in the back end. This is turning into a reading that I did not go down that route. All right. And then number 3, we've got W. W is a short little one here. I feel like here, we've got the temperance energy, which is slow, slow movement, back and forth, temperament energy. And the 4 of wands, I feel like you are a bit the story of your life. Happy on the front end, not happy on the back end. Whoa, or vice versa. But I feel like this is a joy, like, I feel like you're, like, again, kind of almost like the first one where it's almost like a combo of number 1 and number 2, um, where, there's this joy, you're like, "Oh, wow, they're very happy to hear blah, blah, blah," and then it takes a long time for them, though, to get to a response and conclusion, and I feel like they're very behind, it seems, here. We have the 8 of swords, which this feels like a forever deal. It's almost like it feels like, almost like an automated response of, "Thank you for, submitting your concern. We'll investigate and blah, 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 and da, 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 da." And you're like, "Alright." Then you wait and you wait and you hear from these other people, and you wait and you wait. And then with the 8 of swords, it's like they're, um, it's almost like this, based on our investigation, we're what is this? We're updating our terms of service or et cetera, blah, blah, blah. And so thank you for, submitting your request. You're like, well, what's going to be the result of this other thing, right? Yeah, right. And it's like, um, well, they don't answer that. It's kind of like this brush off. Not, it feels like a brush off because they're like, thank you, and da da da. And you're like, well, can I know, due to privacy, we're not able to tell you about, the da da da, but thank you for, submitting your request, is how I feel um this last one, unfolds with that there. So so, that's what I kind of feel like with the third one. Um, and like the first one, of course, we already talked about that, right? That it's the outcome isn't like action doesn't get taken with the first one. So, that's, kind of that, you know, energy. Um, I feel like the second one, M, because that's a happy outcome with the 10 of cups that you got. I feel like that is more of that they do, take um actions where there's penalties of some sort of restrictions. I don't feel like termination of things. It just feels like penalties and restrictions. Number 1, I don't feel like there's really any kind of, um, punishment or whatever. It's just more of I can't say that on YouTube, just jerking around. And then the 3rd one kind of feels like, "Oh, well, we're updating our terms and blah, 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 blah." I don't feel like anything really gets done. I feel like it's all just a blanket, a Band-Aid over a wound, And you don't need to see that, you know. But number 2 feels like they do take action, on it there. Restriction, like I said, restrictions and, penalties, um, kind of stuff. The watchdog. Yeah, I just heard the dog bark, and it's like that they'll continue to be monitored for, you know, for any other blah, blah, blah. For number 2, the other 2 feel like, I don't know, that just feels like they're not, uh it doesn't, you know, they're like, "This isn't a huge enough issue for us. It's not impacting the bottom line, you know, dollars," right? Where I feel like number 2 is more moral. M for moral, you know, that they're more concerned about experience, not just the money, if that makes sense. And your fortune cookie, no, wait, origins. Remember your roots. Origins, remember your roots. Yeah, I like that. Remember who you really are. That makes sense. With that 4 of cups, that ace of cups is, you know, remember who we really are. In the scheme of things, we're powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings made of unconditional love. When we're on the moon, sitting down looking at the earth, how important is it? Allows us some release. You know, I did my due diligence. I feel I have a concern. I send it. Whatever happens, happens. That's not up to me. I'm not, you know, God's little sheriff, the police of the universe. I send and do what I need to do, and then I release because I got a lot more better things to do with my life. I got plenty of other things I can worry about, right? Alright, but that's what they're people come in here. Do, 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 we did that, that, do, 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 do. Oh, those are those. Alright, we have Lauren Smith. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. Let's get you on the free list here, I believe. Let me just check here. Okay. Okay. Get all your all right. Got all your question there together there. And we got Debbie O. Hey, my tech Zen friend. Good to see you. Thank you for the little sunflowers. Get you on the free list here. All right. I think that is it. All right. So let me take one last sip here. Oh, I'm getting down there. We'll have Crystal Ray up next is my only donation I do believe I have left. And then we will dive in to free readings. So cheers, cheers. All right. So Crystal Ray, we're at 237.48. Here's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. Let's give your donation a love and a like there. All right. So, Crystal, you want to Corey's thoughts of you. All right. Let's see what's going on inside the mind of Corey. Oh, scary. Of course, always remember uh it's, you know, other we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So when we have thoughts or perceptions of other people, a lot of it tells us a lot about what's going on inside of us. So always take, you know, all of that with a grain of salt too, right? Oh yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you. So let's see here. What's going on in Corey's mind regarding you? So we got that. We got that. We got that. And then I feel like we'll just pull a couple cards or what's going on inside their heart towards you as well, because the heart can be in a totally different place than the mind. It's like two entities that are living in our bodies, right? So we can definitely see it from different viewpoints, right? Underlying energy for your reading. You got the Lovers card, which is a very important relationship. You even got the 10 of Cups relationship energy underneath. 10 of Cups. This is, you know, so underlying energy. There is a little bit of that bubbling below the surface. So we'll see what's going on inside their mind and their heart from their mental standpoint. Okay. You got the Two of Cups, which is like the Lover's card. So they definitely see you as a important relationship, if not like romantic relationship. And we also have the Emperor energy along with the Six of Swords. Now, Emperor energy is Aries energy. There is this kind of a I'm trying to figure out what I want energy because they clear the throne room of all the loud advisors and blah 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 to get try to get out of their head and trying to get into their heart to figure out what they want. And because we're talking about their mind with the swords, which is our mental energy, they're letting go of some old ways of thinking, trying to see things from a different perspective, and that creates movement. So I do feel like they're in the process of trying to understand what is it that I do want and releasing some old things from old relationships, expectations from that they had growing up. And they're like, why do I want this stuff now? But I feel like they're kind of weeding through that. Might even see some steam coming out of their ears because they're really, really trying to clear their mind of all that mental stuff so they can connect with their heart. But the mind is getting in the way. Let's see what else. We got a couple more mind cards. And we got the Nine of Pentacles, which is an energy of it's like the hermit energy of the outside world. So one of the things their mind has going on the surface, it appears as I like my alone time. I like a kind of introverted in a way, but I like my alone time. I like to be, have this security. But what's underneath the surface of that is because I'm afraid I'll disappoint. And if I'm by myself, then I don't disappoint anyone. If I'm with someone, then there's this fear of being, abandoned, being left behind, not being enough for someone, right? So they've got that below the surface. But they have the Ace of Cups too. So there is this new love kind of energy that's coming in here. And it's important to know with this Ace of Cups too, that's like our self love, that they can't give more love than they have for themselves to others, nor receive more love from others than they have for themselves. So if my love is, my self love is like this, no matter how much love I want to push out, it's just drip, drip, drip. No matter how much love someone wants to give me, it's just going to trickle in. So the more they expand their self love, they can give. But right now, it's like they can give passion, they can give communication, but seems to be like this um, restriction of the amount of love that they can give because they don't have it for themselves yet. From the heart, how do they feel about you? Yeah, the Queen of Wands. That is that attraction energy here. You know, when someone can't give from their heart, it kind of reroutes through instead of emotion, it's motion, it's action, it's passion, it's physical attraction, energetic attraction. But when emotion needs to be there, it's kinda like, "Drip," and you're like, "Well, will they ever expand their self-love to be able to give and receive love more?" Eh, to be seen, right? They do have a lot of emotion below the surface that's not being expressed with the Seven of Cups, so they do have a lot of that, but here's that, the Death card is that fear of endings, um the fear of and this could go back to their childhood where they lost someone important out of their life suddenly, either a parent from divorce or death or a grandparent, something that really instilled them as a child of it felt horrible. And so the heart, or the mind taught the heart, you just you don't need to feel these things. We're not going to allow that because that hurts when we get close to people. So we have to monitor who you get close to and not. So there's a little bit of that going on inside there. And I feel like they're kind of in that kind of reflection. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Crystal. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So you got woods, the woods, which says, be like the woods, calm, soothing, mysterious, and full of life. I like that. Be mysterious. All right. So that's what they have for you, Crystal. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. All righty. So let's see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I've got like 16 free readings so far. So just so you guys know where we're at, these will go faster because they're just 1 to 2 card readings. So excuse me, we have Maria P up first. So 2, 45, 11. You're very welcome. Wink, wink. Hey, Debbie. Deb. So, Maria, thank you for your donations earlier. And any messages from Andrew to you today? Let's see what they have here. If they could tell you something, what would it be? Wow, isn't that funny that we actually got the 7 of Pentacles when we were doing that. That's about I've been waiting a long time to try to move things differently between us, with the 6 of Swords. And there is this, I wanna let some old ways of thinking go and move into some new ways of thinking as well. And so, I do feel like I wanna move from kind of choppy waters and non-clarity to get things really clear communication between us, and I feel like I really wanna know how you feel about me truthfully and honestly. I don't want you to make something up. I don't want you to, like, spare my feelings and then I continue to, you know, desire you and wanna go this, uh, continue to see if anything will unfold. It's like, if you're not interested, I feel like they're saying, "Just let me know. I need to know one way or another. I need to." And I feel like that you could end a friendship, which is alright because they need to. If they're like, "I've been keeping our friendship hoping that it could be more someday, but if you can't be that, then I don't wanna be your friend anymore." You're like, "I understand, and that's probably the best thing for us. I'll miss you, and I love our friendship we had, but I get it, I understand. I would want to do the same thing, so just know I harbor no ill feelings and, go with God. Enjoy, and don't worry, that's what they need for them." So, that is what they have for you, Maria, so many blessings to you. Alright, hey, Debbie O. Alright, so we will move you still want whatever comes up for you, so you just wanna move your free reading to a donation reading, is that correcto? We'll assume so, unless you say different. Yes, a generating. Alright, so we have 2:48 will be your timestamp here. So thank you so much for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like there. All right. So thank you. Thank you. Let's see what we got going on for you there, down there in there, Texas. All right. So, what do they want you to know right now? Okay, we do this one. I do want these 2 first, and these 2. Do want this one. And that spot in the deck. All right. All right. Let's see what we have going in here. It does appear here with this 6 of Cups, that there is this return of someone from your past. We'll see more who that is as we pull these other cards here. But there is an emotional return of someone from your past coming up here. And so we'll see what that is. Yeah, that was fast. Yeah, because I had to finish all donations already. So you just moved right up in line. So we'll see what this is here. We'll see what it is here. We do have, you got Capricorn energy here, Capricorn Saturn with the Devil card. and the 9 of wands too. This is interesting. This does feel like, because this feels work related, like someone you knew at work is going to reappear back in your life. No, I don't. Not unless you knew him at work. At first, I thought it would be, but that's not what I'm getting with these cards. It feels like there was a block of someone at work, and it could have been this was like back in the separation when partners left and different things like that. Um, and so it feels like someone who left where there's been like a barrier of communication where you haven't been communicating with them. This feels like someone is coming back there. Yeah, because there is this collaboration kind of energy here with the 3 of Pentacles. And it almost feels here as if someone who left is reaching out to collaborate with you, maybe even I don't know if this is gonna be a job offer, we'll see with these other cards here, but it could feel like, maybe they had an agreement for a certain amount of time that they couldn't reach out to someone, and now that time is up. Is it 6 months? Has it been 6 months or a year? No, 6 months, right? I don't know. Let's see here if it's because it almost feels like they're reaching out to come in to collaborate with you, but let's see here. Yeah, there is a new opportunity that's opening up here. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, we have the nightmare and insomnia. Let's see what else we have here. And the power of choice. So, yeah, I don't feel like this is I don't feel like this is them coming back. It was August of last year, right? So coming back, I don't think it's them coming back to work there. I feel like it's them reaching out to have you come work for them almost kind of energy. Like there's this opportunity because you have the power of choice with this, of course, Cancer moon energy, but it's the chariot and you have a power to choose. And this 9 of swords is like, oh no, because it feels like you're going, oh, I don't want to, I don't want to let someone else down, but I don't want to, oh no. It's like kind of like your eyes, what? It just feels like there's this opportunity if someone that maybe it could or could not be the partners, but it feels like someone, and it just puts you in this, oh, I like the security, I like where I'm working, I like this. This would be like it would be like a conflict, right? It's like, I don't wanna burn bridges, I don't wanna do this. Yeah, and you're happy, right? And so now here comes this other opportunity and you're like, "Oh, man." But it feels like there's something like that kinda coming your way. And I like that underneath that, you do have, the 7 of wands, which is an energy of, "I'm gonna be true to me, I'm gonna choose what I want, and I'm not gonna worry about who gets disappointed and who's not or whatever. I'm gonna choose for me." And I do feel like it comes out of nowhere, you know, with the Tower card here, and I feel like it's just good to be aware of all that, right? And I feel like it's good for you to trust your intuition with the, High Priestess underneath because there could be a little bit of misrepresentation in a way with that 7 of swords, because that's thievery, deceit, not totally 100% true, and the Knight of Swords is seeking the clarity. So ask the questions. If you even are interested, you could be like, "Well, how much you willing to pay?" "Well, eventually you'll be" if you hear any kind of, this seems suspicious, trust your intuition, because I feel like things maybe not aren't going as well, and they're like, "Well, we're really growing, so we can start you off at this, and then we'll be growing through the summer, and then we'll be able to up it to this," and you're like, Shenanigans, I declare shenanigans. You're like, "Meh, I appreciate you asking, um, but I think I'm happy where I'm at right now." I kind of feel like that's a good energy. So, it's good to be aware of that, and what a great awareness, right? You're like, "You know what? I'm happy where I'm at. I'm enjoying this." And so this gratitude energy can come in here, right? Wow, I like this. You have teach. So it says, "You have a wonderful gift for working with others." Have you considered teaching? I like that. Teaching what? And what would you like to teach? But I like that. You work well with others. So I like that. I like that energy. I think you're catching up here. Help, guide me. I feel like you're probably catching up on the video right now, because I feel like you're going to realize that they're saying,
No.
all right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Oh, yeah. I love that. So that would be good. Yeah, you got your job, you're enjoying it, and now um you can pursue your, whatever dream that you have of teaching and helping others maybe as well. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. And you would even have to like try to keep your eyes open too bad, right? You're like, good night, everybody. All right. So cheers to you, my friend. Sleep well. Yeah, you don't want to downgrade. And I feel like it's shifty. Like, even if they say they'll bump it up, I don't feel like things are going as well over there either. So cheers to you. Let me drink the last of this and we'll dive. Hey, Minu. Got you on the free list here. So hello. All right. Cheers. All right. The coffee is gone. All right. Good night. Sleep tight. Hey, Bridget. Good to see you. Hello. All right. So back to the free readings we have up next. We've got Ascending Universal Butterfly 25722. So here is your timestamp. And oh, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I appreciate that. My day was good. I hope yours was well as well. You'd like a message from Mother Mary. So when I saw that earlier, um, Mother Mary wanted me to use because we also had another one. Um, yeah, Lotus of Serendipity. She wants us to pull from the Priestess of Light Oracle. So you actually get an Oracle card here as well. Hey, Bridget, the whole process is in the description area of the stream if you'd like to check that out. All right. Let's take a look here. Depends if you want a free reading or purchase a donation. Free reading is 1 to 2 card answer. A donation, we dive deeper into that as well. So if you want a free reading, just put your question out there. If you want a donation, all that information's in the description area if you want to check that out there. All right, so let's take a look here, Butterfly. Here we go. So what message from Mother Mary? Ooh, I like that. Setting boundaries. Card number 30, threshold protection and honor. So the priestess of the threshold holds up her hands with palms outward, projecting a field of protective light before her. The strong and stately snow leopard, who lives a solitary life in the highest reaches of the mountains, looks over her shoulder, standing guard. This card brings you a message of both caution and encouragement. It's time to take an honest look at the boundaries you set. How do you view your importance in your own life? Are you sacrificing your priorities and self care to prioritize the needs and wishes of others? Are you putting up with demands, dismissal, marginalization, or even disrespect from the people in your life? If so, it's time to put up your hands and say, enough. You may have been allowing others to cross your personal threshold and invade your time, energy, or space, but this card is telling you that you now have the power to shift that pattern. Start to set clear limits today and make yourself a priority in your own life. Your soul deserves to be honored, and you must be the first person to make that choice. When you do, you'll finally receive the respect and prioritization that you've been longing for all along. And your affirmation says, I choose to make myself my own priority. I have the power to set boundaries and honor myself always. Wow, I love that. Can imagine Mother Mary had to put some boundaries up a lot in her life, especially when her son became very popular. So that's what they have for you, Butterfly. Hope you enjoy that. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Gene XO 30103. So, Gene, hello, love. Good to see you. There you are. And you want to know what our, oh, yeah, eyes, feelings, and intentions towards you after Thursday and yesterday in the bottom of the deck. All right. Let's try that again. That was a very poor shuffle. There we go. So, feelings, intentions, and bottom of the deck. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Wheel of Fortune. I guess this would be how it is. So got the Wheel of Fortune there. Eyes, feelings. Yeah, we got a little bit of a death and rebirth kind of energy coming in here. Like they're wanting to move from one kind of energy to a higher energy, a different energy, and their intentions slow transformation to see things from a higher perspective. So they do have feelings of wanting to, change things a bit, but it's like a butterfly, like a caterpillar to a cocoon to a butterfly, right? It takes time. And of course, with the Wheel of Fortune, that is the tuna for you. And that's always good to, realize that, um, with everything unfolding in our life. It always is for us, even if we can't see it in the moment. But when we get the Wheel of Fortune, it's even our humans on board with it all as well. Yeah, I love that. And it's funny, not funny, but you got three major arcana, the Wheel of Fortune 10, the Hanged Man, the 12, and then 13, the Death and Rebirth card. So I like that. It feels really transformational as we're coming in with that. So feels like they're wanting it, but it still feels like they're not wanting to rush it. It feels like, let's just see what unfolds and let's let nature take its course. Butterflies are inbound eventually. Transformation. So I like that for you, Gene. Short and sweet tonight. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. I know. All right. Hey, Bridget, thank you so much for your donation. As soon as I see you put out your question, we'll go to you next. Since I've already got all my other donations done, you'll be right up. Yeah, right. You probably did push them into the whoa. I like it. All right. And then Mini Heal, you are up, got 30402 for your timestamp. And what opportunities are coming soon in your life? All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know here? We got that one there. Anything else? And this one here. You're very welcome, Jean. All right. Yeah, right now it feels like the big opportunity for you is pushing you towards your self-love with this Ace of Cups. You got the Three of Swords, which is expectation equal disappointment. And so you've got a great opportunity of self-reflection to help you realize that, these feelings you've had of pain and disappointment, and even those that might have felt like heartbreak are, this energy of, um, realizing that it that's the prick in our heart that has to do with feeling that we aren't lovable, that their actions or non-actions, words or silence mean something about my worth. But there's all this pointing back, all these expectations and disappointment, they all point us back to us. And I feel like this opportunity that's coming in, it's not an external, because they're saying the external world is an illusion and it's a reflection of your self-love. So they're taking you back to the it's like they're showing me a movie projector, like at the movie theater, right? At least the olden days, I think they still do it, but maybe not. Maybe it's more electronic. But anyway, um, in the olden days, no matter what movie you put on, if the lens was dirty, it was always gonna, have like the hair or anything across it. Didn't matter what new movie you put in, it still was gonna have that reflection. It was still gonna be influenced by it. But in once and this is like having you clearing and cleaning the lens through which you see the world, which is your own heart, your own self-love, and they're like, "This is what's important," because everything in the outside world is a reflection of that. So as you change that and do that, then that does change, that in the outside world. So, hopefully that helps. But that's what's coming your way right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then see here. So, Bridget, if you put your question out there, it didn't show up on my end. Sometimes with YouTube, it can do that there. So, if you put your question out there, I don't see it yet. So, if you don't mind re-putting it, as soon as I see it, we'll jump to you for your donation. All right. And then we have Lotus of Serendipity. You are up 30708. Well, let me try that again. Hitting wrong buttons here. There we go. My goodness. All right, here we go. Here's your timestamp. And happy Saturday to you too. You'd like a message from Mother Mary as well. So Mother Mary um, wanted us to use this tonight, the Priestess of Light. So this will be where your message comes in from her this evening. Okay. And you have touching earth, planting something new. Touching earth. So card number 12. Let's see what we got coming in here. So the law of cause and effect is always at work in your life. And this card is telling you to bring a greater consciousness to the causal seeds that you're planting in your energetic field. The angel of the rainbow is sending a full spectrum of light and color to nourish your highest intentions and help them grow. And you can use her assistance to cultivate the destiny that you desire. It's time to consider the garden of your dreams and take action that will produce beautiful blossoms and a bountiful harvest. Is there a new project you have yet to begin? An image or an idea just forming in your mind? These seeds of inspiration are blessings from the universe, and you are the gardener being called to bring them to fruition. On a practical level, this card could indicate some new or increasing activity in the natural world. You may be creating an actual garden for yourself, a place where you can draw on the peaceful energy of the earth. You may even consider opening a flower shop or pursuing a career in the field related to agriculture, horticulture, or the like. You might also find yourself volunteering to clean up the environment, plant trees, or help our Mother Earth in some way. Always remember to plant the seeds of optimism, self love, and belief in every goal and every area of your life. For out of that energetic garden grows expanding joy. Your affirmation: I plant the seeds of my future in every present moment. I nourish my destiny with action and joyous expectations. Ah, I love that. So that is what they have for you, Lotus of Serendipity. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Betty Joe. Hey, Betty Joe. Thank you so much. Let's see here. When will you see Jake in person? So I see a question earlier from you. How will things be for you the rest of the year with career, love, finances? So do you want to replace that question with this one? Because I just have one free reading per person per session. So if you want me to swap them out, I can, or you can tell me which one you would rather have for your free reading. You're still like 5 or 6 away for the free readings. And then as soon as I see Bridget's question, we'll be um, jumping to her question. So, all right. So we'll continue here. We got Chelsea. You are up 311 even is your timestamp. So, Chelsea, here is your timestamp. And you want to know what's coming for you in love within the next month or two. All right, let's take a look here and see, based on your current energies, what's coming your way here for love. All right. Well, I think you're going to be having a relationship kind of come your way here with the 10 of Cups, one of my relationship cards, and the 10 of Pentacles, also one of my big relationship cards. So I do feel like you, within the next month or two, you definitely have the meeting of this person at the very least that's coming in. Someone who both emotionally is present, but also physically present, and in that kind of feeling of abundance energy that comes in here. So, I mean, very clear message here. They are 10 energy, which can be, it's like the ending of old ways and the beginning of moving into a higher level, something along those lines as well. So, I like this this energy. I feel like it's joyful, it's emotional, not just meeting someone in the physical world, but there's a lot of fast emotional connection. It just feels like there's an abundance that comes in quickly. I don't feel like it's a return of anyone, because we'd get pages for that. Um, this is someone new, meeting someone new, and right off the bat, it's just you both realize it, not like love at first sight, but like, wow, who are you? Energy. So I like that. So, if you have any kind of, I don't feel like it's from a dating app or with the intentions of dating kind of energy. I feel like you're out doing stuff that you enjoy, that you love. And when you're out there, you bump into someone who's also doing that same thing. And you're like, well, hey, and you're like, hey, and you're like, wow, don't you love this? Like, don't you love this artwork and this museum? This is just where I went. And I'm like, "Oh my god," da 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 da. And like, "Do you paint?" I paint too." And like, "Where did you learn?" And it's blah 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 blah. It's something you both love, and that you just like blah 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 blah. And they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry if I'm boring you." Oh my god, no! Tell me more. And let me tell you too. I got some stuff to tell you, but I want to hear what you have to say first, and then buckle up because I got some stuff to share. Yeah, I love this interaction that I kind of feel unfolds with you doing something that you love. So I like that for you, and that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then up next, we've got Sav 31420. is for yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And so the initial interview with company P went well, yay, and they went to move you along in the process. You haven't heard any updates on that, wondering how you see this unfolding and if you get the job. All right, absolutely. We'll take a look here. So, based on your current energies, how is this unfolding? And will you get the position based on current energies? All right. You do have the Eight of Cups here. This is interesting with how we see this unfolding because the Eight of Cups it does show you walking away from something and moving into something that feels unknown. So I don't know if you're working somewhere currently and if this is something of your heart, because with the Eight of Cups, it's walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore into something that can feel like a dream come true kind of energy. And getting the job, you have the Knight of Cups, which is the quest and movement into something you love. So if this resonates, if this is something that feels like this is the dream job, this is the something that I'm like, this would be like, I would love it every day. I'd wake up so excited, then this is a yes for that. If you're like, well, no, it's kind of just a job, then I feel like there's something even more that comes in, a different offer that comes in that you're like, oh my gosh. So you'll know with that energy if this company is like, "Oh my gosh," not just, "Well, my mind would be happy because 'cause we're making money and blah, blah, blah." This is heartfelt. Does this feel like a job of you're like, "If I could have this job, I would just be in heaven. I'd love it." Not, it would check off boxes, right? So if it's not that, then there's something else that's coming for you that you're like, "Oh my god," and you walk away from an opportunity to pursue that. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Sav. So many blessings. Hey, Happy Pill. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And Bridget, if you are still here, I don't see any question from you. Thank you for your donation. So, um, I'll still keep an eye out here for you. I'll continue down with the free readings. Uh, and then if I don't get an answer from you, by the end of the free readings, then I will um give you I'll pull from spirit and do a general reading and see what comes through for you. All right. Betty. Okay, no problem. No problem. So you want to keep your original. All right. So I'll get rid of that other one and we'll keep the other one there for you. No problem. All right. And then up next, we've got May. So May, we got 31740 for you. So May, here is your timestamp. And then will you hear from JP soon if you continue not reaching out and engaging on social media? All right. So based on current energies, if you just don't continue not to do anything, will you hear from JP soon? All right. This one and this one. I don't feel so here because the 10 of Swords is about letting go of expectations. And the Queen of Cups is doing a lot of self reflection on one's own emotions. So I feel like right now that if you don't reach out, I feel like they're just kind of like, because the 10 of Swords is an ending energy, but I'm tired of trying to live up to other people's expectations. I'm just going to spend some time with myself. So I don't feel like soon they would reach out, um, which is what we were asking. Is it going to be soon? Not soon. I feel like they're in that internal reflection, search thing, trying to get out of their heads of, the fear of disappointing and trying to live up to everyone's expectations and feeling that lowness. And they're kind of more, and it's a good thing that they're focusing on their emotions. They're not just, you know, washing over it. I feel like they're really doing some reflective work on why didn't this relationship work out, or why did this situation happen, and what are my fears, and why do I have all these expectations, and why do I think everyone has expectations on me? Just a lot of reflexive uh, kind of pursuits is where I feel like they're happening right now. So, which is all right. They need to do some of that, right? And that's a good, of course, mirror for us that we can also do the same, right? While we're waiting, because there's always something in there that we can transform. All right. So hopefully that helps, May. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And then we got Blueberry. You are up. Hello, hello. Here is your timestamp. Hello. I always do the hand. You want a general reading about your spiritual gifts. All right, let's take a look here. What can you know about your spiritual gifts? All right. So I do feel here with the Two of Swords, there is there are two that they want to talk about, and these have to do with the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy that comes in here. And so one of your spiritual gifts, this does have to do with the nurturing the human physical body with the pentacles energy, because behind the scenes there's emotional energy of the cup suit, and that's where all of our spiritual gifts come through. So there's like this energetic work dealing with the physical body, whether that's doing qigong, tai chi, any kind of reiki, um, kind of energetic work on the physical body and movement of energy in the physical body. I do feel like you have a past life, several past lives in the Orient, where you have a lot of this knowledge that's just a part of who you are, doing energetic work, doing acupuncture, and you have all this meridian, energetic meridian knowledge that is kind of intuitive for you. So I feel like you have that, just a natural gift in that in this lifetime. So I feel like that's one of them there. The Orient, Asia, Japan, China, Korea, all the Orient, the Oriental Orient, energy. So Chinese medicine, Japanese and Japan and Korea too. Even I feel like you have like a lot of medicine um I would say like witch doctor, but it's what do they call them there? It's the nomads that ran along like Genghis Khan, and it's not Tibetan. I'm trying to think of the word, but it's up in that area. It's north of China, I think. They're the ones that ran along the Mongolian, like a medicine woman, and medicine man energy too. Oh, okay, yeah, very good. So that does make sense that you have that natural gift and you tend towards that here. The other thing, let's see, because that's one. What's the other branch here? What's this other branch? That they said you get 1 for this reading. I was like, "What's this other thing?" You got 2 major ones, but they're like, um, "Focus on that one right now," because 'cause they're like, "We don't wanna, like, split it." They're like, "Just know you have to, but focus in on this one first, because otherwise you're gonna be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth." They're like, "Just know we have another one, we'll tell you later." You're like, "Oh, well, that's good." 2 major ones, though. And you have access to a bunch of other spiritual gifts too. Um, but it has to do with empathic abilities, the other one, which we will actually, I'm doing a podcast series around those. So if you wanna check those out, you can check out my podcast, The Easier Path, if you haven't already. We're diving into that. Actually, right now, we had the Empath's Heart song was the first one where we started entering into it. So anyone that's interested in that can check that out. And then the one I have out there right now is we're beginning a it's actually a 5-part series, but this was the first part of growing our empathic gift. And then um, there's 4 phases that we'll be talking about in the next 4 podcasts. Oh, Masters in Drug Design. Oh, I love that. So, yeah, that herbs and that Chinese medicine, right? That background kind of feels like that there's this, natural gift. So, I love that for you, Blueberry. So, that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Divine Soul. You are up 325.14. There you go. There's your timestamp. I know, so cool, right, Blueberry? All right, so his thoughts about you. All right, let's take a look here, Divine Soul. What are they thinking? What's in their mind towards you right now? All right. So the 2 kind of big things that are on their mind, we have the Ace of Wands, which is passion, attraction energy. This isn't emotion energy, this is motion energy, energetic physical attraction, so that passionate kind of energy, is definitely on their mind. Dirty, dirty person. No, I'm just kidding. That's natural, that's human, that's good. We want that to be part of our interactions with people. We want them to be attracted to us. We don't want them just want that, right? But we have more. And then the King of Pentacles that comes in here, the mindset, they do see you as someone that could be that person that could fill the position in their life of partner and this kind of energy. Um, sorry, I had to crack uh, my collarbone or whatever. Um, yeah, I mean, this I feel like there's emotion that bubbles below that could come up, but in their mind, because we asked his thoughts about us, not his emotions and feelings, we asked about their thoughts, right? Um, so, they're thinking about passion and that attraction, but they're also the mind looks at things more transactional than the heart. The mind is like, "Oh, what you can bring me, and this is what you could fulfill, and these are the things that I would, that I like, to have, someone be in my life, and I think you could be that. You could fill that position in my life." Versus I'm in love with you and I want you to be with you the rest of my life. There's a different kind of energy between those 2, one being more emotional, right? But when we're asking for the mind, it's going to be a transactional kind of analytical approach, not a heartfelt approach, right? So those are good things, though, not the only things we want, right? We want them to love us forever and ever, but I feel like that's kinda where it's at right now, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Divine Soul. Many blessings. Then we got Betty Joe is up. So Betty Joe, we got 328.12 for you here. There we go. And the original question, how will things be for you the rest of the year with career, love, finances, etc.? All right. So yeah, for a free reading, we have 2 cards for the free reading. So we'll see what we get here for these here. Right? Actually, they gave you 3. Just as I said that, they're like, well, we can do another one. So we got career, love, finances is what they'll cover mainly here. So for career, you do have the 8 of cups. I feel like you will be walking away from a position, going and heading into something more in alignment with your heart. So I do feel like you will be leaving whatever job you're in now or position, you'll be moving to a new position or a new company. But it's you leaving, not you being pushed out. So whatever this is, you're pursuing something that's more in alignment with your heart. For love, ooh, you have a new passion that comes in here too with the Page of Wands. It's not so much it's not heartfelt, it's energetic and physical attraction, so a spark that comes in. I don't feel like this is a I feel like it's fun, it's like a sparkler, yeah, like at the 4th of July or whatever, you do a little sparkler, psh, and then it's over. I feel like it's not heartfelt, it's someone that can give passion, but they can't give their heart, and I feel like you recognize it right away, but it's fun. It's fun to get your spark going again, and I feel like that's the purpose of it, why you wanted that to come into your life in this lifetime. You just kinda wanna have this little spark, a re-spark in your life, but it gets you in a different place. It doesn't, like, make you, it makes you going, "You know what? That's alright. That was fun. And I like that I'm standing in my boundaries and my choices going, "Yeah, I want more than this. I don't feel like you're not telling them this, but I don't feel like they can offer that to me. So I'm just gonna let it fizz out and I'm okay with that. It was fun, and that's it." It's like, Grease, "Summer Love," right? The song is playing in my head. Finances, yeah. Feel like finances slowly grow. I mean, literally, you got the Knight of Pentacles, which is the quest for the coin. It is the slower moving knight out of them all. But there is slow movement, slow building with finances that come in here. And that could be why you leave the job that you're in and pursue something else to kind of speed that along a bit, it feels. But I feel like that's kind of what we're looking at right now for you, Betty. So hopefully that helps. Sounds like a fun, exciting rest of the year here. Boom, boom. So many blessings. I know we're almost in June. We're like, what, 4 months in? We're almost 5 months in. Before we know it, it's gonna be December again. What? I know. Alright. Then Olivier Vergara, you're up. 3:31:34 is coming in here. So here is your timestamp. So you wanna know what opportunities are coming towards you. Alright, good to see you, my friend. We got here this one and this one. What opportunities are coming your way? Well, you got 2 nines, which is kinda hermity energy, but in this case, you got, like, this emotional dream come true energy coming in, and the 9 of Pentacles is a kind of a being alone energy, like a hermit, but you're in the garden with spirit, you always have spirit in there, but it's about self-sufficiency, feeling this. And I know it just feels like you're coming into your own kind of energy that's coming in. An opportunity to be away by yourself, living your dream, but feeling self-sufficient, feeling just I'm depending on me kind of energy with of these. Of course, with spirit, you're not alone, but I feel like you're enjoying this being away from it all kind of energy. So there is an opportunity for you to kind of get away from, I feel like, from everyone. So maybe this is moving to a job in another state, or it's something where you do feel pocketed away and it feels great because you're like, I'm only responsible for me. I just feel like a big relief energy. So that's what's coming in here for you. I do like that for you, right? So many blessings to you. And then we've got Sean G, 33320. Thank you for your donations earlier. I know, right, Olivier? Woo woo. You're welcome. So for your free question, is your morning meditation, oh, sorry, in your morning meditation, you feel like you made a breakthrough in your mindset. You want to ask if the breakthrough you made was correct and if I'm in the new path. Oh, all right, let's take a look here. All right. Oh, at least you're here. Boom, boom. I would say yes. You got the hermit energy, which is you being alone with spirit, shining a light on things. This would be your morning meditation. And the tower card, something had a release, something, Shazam, got removed out of your life to make space for that. which is in tune with your higher vibration, which is in tune with your energy, blasting something out to help you move forward into something that is in more alignment with you here. So I definitely feel with those 2 cards, I just cracks me up. I just gotta show it again. I mean, literally the Hermit, which is meditation, stepping away, connecting with spirit, because that's what's in the lantern there, is the star card. And Shazam, here comes the tower. And, I like that for you. So, that is a yes, and I love it. So, easy breezy, short and easy, Sean, that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. I like it. All right, and then we have Hans Rem, 33505. Thank you guys again so much for all your patience and getting to your readings. I know it can take a little bit sometimes. So, hello there. So, if JF were totally and completely vulnerable with you, what would he tell you and want you to know? Big if, right? That's funny. All right. So, what would they tell you and want you to know? Boom, boom. All right. Let's see. Good look here. Wow. All right. Well, they'd start off with the Empress card. Just, this is how, well, of course, there's a lot of hidden emotion. So they would share a lot of this emotional love energy that they have below the surface. That's behind the scenes. You can kind of see the river running back here. But the Empress, she rules over all 4 queens, and all 4 queens grant their own suit that they rule over. So, water emotion, fire, earth, air, energy, right? But all the queens also have cups behind the scenes. They all get a second portion of emotion. So when they all grant what they have, 5 pieces of emotion are given up, and then 1 fire, earth, and air, right? So a lot of hidden emotion that's below the surface that people don't see, they would share this, all this emotion, sensuality, this desire to birth and create, um, and even mother energy, like you'd make a great mom, kind of energy. Um, and nurturer, if energy kind of that comes in there, there's this, you would be a great someone that would be, how are they saying this? It's like you would be the a perfect person to create a life with, is what I'm is what's coming in. And then also, yeah, the 8 of swords. They would also share with, I've got a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have restricted me in the past, and I'm working on that, trying to get rid of some fears, some of these things that make me feel small and trapped and restricted, and I'm working on that, I feel like is what they would wanna say with the 8 of swords. It is, a flow where they're learning and they're releasing things, and I'm working on it, I'm trying, and, trying to get out of my head and get out of the past and not hold you to the same things, no, hold you accountable for pain that other people gave me. You don't deserve that kind of energy, if that makes sense. So I feel like those are a few things that they would say if they big if were totally and completely vulnerable with you and shared that with you. Right? So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. We've got Pratyusha. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. All right. And then, Bridget, if you are in the chat or listening, I do not show a question from you yet for your donation. So if you put it there, YouTube did not share it with me. So I'll continue to keep an eye out for it. Once I finish the free readings, if I don't see a question, I'll give you a general reading and see if you get your answers from spirit that way. All right, we got Lauren Smith up. Hey, Lauren, let's grab your time stamp here. Boop, boop. Good to see you. Here's your timestamp. So things have been really difficult lately. You feel like you're stalled in life and you were laid off, and job search has been really hard. In love, things have stalled after starting off really well with someone. It just feels like you can't see the end of the tunnel for things to progress, turn around. So, what message does Spirit have for you from your spirit guides? Yeah, what do they want you to know? All right. I hear you. And hang in there. You know, sometimes life can feel like, like can feel stagnant, can feel, uncomfortable. I quoted this earlier. There's Humble the Poet. I have a couple books. I read one of his, and I'm on another one of his. He's really well. He says things so well. And one of the things he said is, "There's no growth in the comfort zone, and there's no comfort in the growth zone." So when we're growing, it can feel uncomfortable, but I feel like this is what is happening here. But let's see what your spirit guides have to say too. They just brought that into my head. So let's see here. What do we got here? Yeah, I like this here. You do have the Fool card, which is the beginning of a new adventure, the ending of an old cycle, a world full of possibilities without a lot of expectations. Do you have the Six of Cups? There is a return here of someone. So if this relationship with someone, either they're returning, or that's great that stalled because there's a return of someone across your path, but it's feels more of past life, not this past energy. And I do like with this new adventure, I feel like there's some old ways that you're changing here, like the job search, the love, all this stuff. I feel like there was repeating cycles, doing what we've always done and getting what we've always gotten, but you're in this reboot kind of period of your life where you're getting out of your head and into your heart. And because our head is expectations, right? Supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, and those things feel like just like we're in the negative, right? Because when we have all these expectations, we're down here, we feel like we're minus that, trying to get up to zero before we are able to live life. So we have all these supposed to be, should be, we're checking off things, but we end up focusing on what's not happening, who someone's not being, what a job not isn't bringing, what's not unfolding in my life. And the more we focus in on that, the more we draw more of that in. What helps us break the cycle with this is that when we focus in on gratitude, first just gratitude for what we do have right now in our life. And then we start focusing on gratitude about the things I love that I did have in my life, because that's all have energy. When I focus on have, then that all draws in. We draw that in toward us, right? But if I focus in on the lack, then that just gives me more of that want, need, lack, fear energy, pushes abundance and things away from us instead of allowing them to come toward us. I got a great podcast that was out. If you check out my Easier Path podcast, adventure number 14 is abundance, where it does talk about two things that contribute or push away things for us. So I feel like if that resonates, check that out. Some great tools in there, how to transform and open up the gates to allow stuff to come toward us. Um, Including like the Six of Cups. It talks about the Six of Pentacles, but Six of Cups is childhood energy too. There's some old thoughts and beliefs that might be keeping, like feel we have to do so much to receive so little, right? So I feel like that's what the Fool card is a bit about. But that Six of Cups, I do feel like you have this person that's coming in your life that you have past life connections with romantically, and you're gonna have that in this lifetime too. You'll know them because you're gonna be like, wow, you're gonna feel so comfortable with them, like right off the bat, so drawn to them, so open to them. But I usually explain it like it seems to be like they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt. So we can trust that things are removed out of our life for us to make space for things that are more in alignment with our energy and where we're wanting to head. So you can trust that. But definitely check out that Abundance Where It Be podcast because there's things we can do energetically to draw things toward us instead of pushing it away. And then some alterations we can do in that rate of exchange too about what we're drawing um, in allowing in through the city gates that our inner child controls. So there's two important things we talk about in that podcast, right? So chin up, young person. Wonderful things are on their way. Just to make them come in faster, check out that podcast. So many blessings to you. And then we have menu uplifts 34452 is for yours. So Minu, good to see you. And spirit message for you. What do they want you to know right now? Right. These two. Boom, boom. All right. Yeah, I feel like you might be feeling a little bit of a humdrum, Four of Cups energy, kind of bored with just emotionally in a way here. But this Ace of Swords, I feel like you're going to be getting some clarity here because it's like you're kind of feeling stagnant and that you're wanting something to move, something to change. But this Ace of Swords is going to give you that clarity. It's going to help um, show you more of where your heart wants to go because your mind is the one that kind of suppresses your heart, kind of squashes it or like puts out the flame or dims the flame of our heart. Go, oh no, 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 no. You can't do all this stuff. The heart's so excited. It wants to do, but the mind, no, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't, right? Which suppresses and shrinks the heart. But this, when we see things from a higher perspective, from the heavenly mind, not the human mind full of opinion and all those expectations, that that's what suppresses the heart. The higher mind frees us, brings us clarity, helps us cut away these expectations, frees the heart, and then the heart is excited and it feels like you're given this new excitement of life with this Ace of Cups that's being offered here for you. So, take some time to try to, breathe, step back, go out a walk in nature, whatever you do to kind of ground yourself and get out of your head, because that's when you get the messages. That's when you get the clarity, right? So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Go take a sip here. I'm getting parched. All right. And then we've got Happy Pill. So Happy Pill. Here is your timestamp. Good to see you. And a general read for you. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? These two. All right. Well, looks like you got this important decision coming up here with the Two of Swords, kind of at a crossroads. You can follow your mind or you can follow your heart with the moon here, right? If you follow your heart, it's going to be this feeling like a new adventure that's coming in here because the zero, the full card, first card in the major arcana, it follows the world card, last card in the major arcana, which is an ending of a cycle. You reach a culmination. Now you're ready for something new. We can take another lap around doing what the mind has told us we're supposed to do, should do, need to do, have to do, must do. But it's going to feel like existing. It's not going to feel like living. Excuse me. And this full card is all about letting go of all those expectations and what everyone else thinks we're supposed to do, all those opinions. And there's this freedom energy. Again, there's not all this, we have the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. It's like a very narrow path. But when we blast those away, we look at the world full of possibilities. Guess what? There's a lot of possibilities. Now, funny how that works, but you just like a kid in a candy store, there's so much, and you're like, wow, so much I can do. Whereas before I felt restricted. So you're coming up in this, opportunity to take an off ramp from the rat race and do something different and head off in this, kind of direction. So I like that opportunity coming up there for you, Happy Pill. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So thank you. Let's see. What is the screen name? You got uh, Madhuku, Madhuku Margot Pinaduni. I probably totally murdered that, but you know who you are. I got you on the free list here. You only have a couple. Actually, you only have one person in front of you right now, so I'll be to you in a moment. All right. But we've got Prathusha, if I said that correctly, my apologies if I did not. We got your timestamp, so you're up next here. And tell you about your career. All right, so based on current energies, what does Spirit want you to know about your career? Let's take a look here. Yeah, you definitely have this off ramp. This Three of Wands is you with new information, new freedom of mind, or choosing to go a different direction than you had thought you wanted to go down. The 10 of Swords here, all these expectations, see how they're all stabbing them in the back here? They're not dead, they're exhausted trying to live up to all the expectations, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, blah, 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 right? All that opinion we had growing up on what your career should be and structure, structure, structure. And there is this release, this I'm tired of living up to everyone's expectations. What do I want to do? And you get this clarity, like your heart is drawing you somewhere, your excitement is drawing you somewhere. The Three of Wands is with your own decision. You're not being forced. You're deciding with this new clarity, I'm not going to go this direction. I'm going to go this direction instead. Doesn't mean you're doing a 180 and you're headed back in opposite direction, but it means instead of going this way, I'm going to go this way instead. It'd be like, I don't know, like, let's say your medical is coming into my head for some reason, but if it's like I'm studying medicine and I'm gonna be a general practitioner because everyone said, blah, 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 all the reasons why everyone's telling me to do that. But I love the brain, and I wanna be a brain surgeon. And, yeah, it's gonna take me to be a specialist in that. It's gonna take me more time and more effort, and it's harder and da 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 da, and a lot of people are gonna be like, "No, why are you doing that for? Blah, blah, blah." But you're like, "That's my passion. That's what I wanna love to do." And so you're taking off and specializing or heading off in a different direction with your career than, everyone is thinking you're supposed to. So I love that for you, and that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. I'm gonna call you Mad. Mad One. You are up 352-24. The Mad Hatter, like from Alice in Wonderland. So there's your timestamp. And you want to know about your future life, or this might be your real name here. And I'm gonna not gonna attempt to murder that as well. I feel like I've already done enough damage. So I'm gonna call you the Mad Hatter. And let's see what you have here for your future life based on your current energies. What does Spirit want you to know here? All right. So you could get three here. Yeah, I do feel here. I mean, you have a lot of change coming. You've got the Hierophant, which is the major arcana number 5, the master of change and transformation. A lot of clarity coming in here for your future. You've got the 7 of Swords. I feel like lately you really have been becoming aware of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have cheated you out of opportunities, that have made you feel restricted and small and trapped and powerless and limited. And you're ready to clear that out. You're ready to step outside of that so you can move forward into a new opportunity with this Ace of Pentacles. You are going to be seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. So I feel like you've been really building up your self-esteem, getting a lot of clarity around the definition of your self-worth. Instead of defining it by the outside world, you're defining it by your inside world. And that's the stuff that we learn. We're taught define yourself by the 3 buckets of the outside world, right? Relationships, with humans, not social, um, situations like jobs, educations. Oh yeah, social status and marriage status and all that. And then things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. But all those things are unstable, and those are the things that we're taught to define us, but they don't define us. Self-worth comes from self, inward, upward. Retail price is what we find in the outside world, how we view our worth. We think other people what they view our worth as. The only thing with that is humans are constantly changing. If I'm feeling sick one day, everyone's worth is lower. If I'm feeling great, everyone's worth is escalated and heightened. It's always fluctuating. It's always changing depending on what a person is going through, their viewpoint, and how they're viewing everyone, up, down, all over the place. But the only solid foundation you have is when you turn inward and upward, and you define yourself by the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. That's solid. Eternal, very solid. Unconditional, no conditions, right? Nothing you can do to earn it, nothing you can do to lose it. When you connect to that love from above and define yourself by that, you have the solid foundation, which then changes your view of the outside world, right? Because you don't see the world as it is, you see the world as you are. So as your stories change, as your self-worth, your perception of that changes, your whole outside world follows suit. So I feel like there's a bit of this big change starting with you questioning these beliefs you have around your worth, and you see that transformation that comes up. So I like this for you. And that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right, let's try that again. Come on, there it goes. All right. So I think that is all of my free readings. I just have one donation left here. So Bridget, I don't see a question from you. So Bridget, since I don't see a question out here in the chat for you, here's your timestamp. I'm going to give you a general reading. And if for some reason, because I don't see one out, but it doesn't mean that YouTube didn't erase it, because that happens sometimes, or they keep it for me and just keep it between the two of you. Oh, hi. So you are here. Um, okay, here's your question. All right, very good. Perfect timing. And if you were here all along, if you ever come back in, put your question out right away, because I do prioritize donations. So all of these free readings I did waiting for your question, you would have been way before. So if you ever do that in the future, just put your question out right away, right? All right. So we want to know, who is your boyfriend sleeping with, having an affair with? All right. Let's take a look here. All righty. Let's see what we got here. Got that. We got that. Got that. Got this. All right. Let's see what we have here. and I'm sorry that you're going through this. Because having experienced that a lot myself in past relationships, I know it sucks. So giving you a big hug, uh, and I'm sure you're not alone with all of us in here as well. There's probably others. Um, and I do have, if you're wanting any kind of extra guidance from spirit, I have a podcast called The Easier Path. And in the first beginnings, I talk a lot about, why people cheat and things we can do to make it an easier path for us, and the things I learned through my experiences of being cheated on and all of that too. So if you're wanting something to listen to, even if you just listen to it to fall asleep, because my voice can be very calming, check it out. All right. The link is in the description box there. Absolutely. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Wands. This would confirm um, someone that has a very high drive, like a little chihuahua that goes around humping a lot of people's legs. Um, so it's important to know that, this is part of where they're at in their life, that they don't know self-love. And so they have this idea that in order for me to be lovable, I need to have this feeling of affection from the outside world. And if I don't feel that affection, I mean, if that affection doesn't fill me up, I think it's your fault, when really it's because I'm not. The only way I can be fulfilled is by going inward and upward and finding my self love. And then I feel full and overflowing. But it feels like they're taught that this is how you find love, either by what happened to them when they were younger in their life. They got a very strong libido, very strong, almost on kind of like addiction to that passion in interactions, right? Um, that they can't, um, it's not like they can't help themselves, but they feel out of control and they just need so much of this. And when they are getting passion from one person, it's not enough. It's never going to be enough. They could be with 10 people and it's never going to be enough. But they've been thinking it must be them. It must be them. Well, maybe I need a couple people at the same time. Well, maybe three, maybe four. And I feel like with this Knight of Wands that this is part of their energy. This is what they've been doing for a while, before you, with you. They'll continue to do it until they get that awareness of their lack of self-love and do that inner work, right? Counseling, whatever needs to be done. But I feel like spirit wants you to know that this isn't about you. This is about their unhappiness on the inside that you can't give them. They have to get that for themselves. But they're thinking this is how I find it, and this is how. But the more they consume that in the outside world, the more they need more of it, more of it, more of it. They're just like almost desperate trying to feel that, and the more they fill it up, the emptier they feel. So I feel like that spirit wants to make sure you know this isn't about you. So that said, you want to know who they're sleeping with. We have the 6 of Wands. 6 of Wands, this is an energy of it's somewhere, and we have more cards here, but this is they stand out. Either your boyfriend stands out or they stand out, but it's somewhere that they attend where, you know, they so I don't know what if your boyfriend does something where it'd be like they're showing me like a bartender, a DJ, um, someone who's up on stage, someone who stands out kinda like that, right? Oh, who the main one is. Yeah, this is what we're doing right now. I think you're probably catching up on the session. So this is someone that's in, like, that kind of position. Um, and it feels here with this death and rebirth card here. Let me get clarification with these 2 underneath it here. Yeah. I feel like this this one, they used to know each other before. With this 2 of swords and this Capricorn devil card energy, here's that addiction energy coming in here. I feel like they've they've been with them before, and they might have even have worked with them before at, an old company, but either your boyfriend left or this other person left, and, and so they bumped into each other again, and they kind of, continued or kinda reconnected, and, um but I feel like that's when they bumped in like, "Oh my god, it's you," and, "Oh my god, it's you," and then one thing led to another with that. Um, yeah, and we have the Temperance card, which is this, you know, it's something that evolved over a long time, and this is why I feel like it's gone back and forth, maybe even more than 2 times. I feel like they've interacted here and there, and that's why it's kind of like this. It's not love, it's definitely just lust, passion, you know, kind of energy, but, um, it just feels like they come in and out of each other's life throughout different phases of their life, several it feels like here. Yeah, and I feel like here it's interesting with this, the King of Swords is 2 parts mind, the King of Cups is 1 part heart, 1 part mind. This feels here immediately got like school, and I feel like they met in school, either high school, college, or both. But I feel like that's they've known each other for a long time. So that's why I feel like it's something that's been going on off and on, off and on, off and on a lot. But there is no love there, with all this, especially this on the bottom of the deck. And the Six of Wands is this, it is this equal, attraction energy. But I feel like they both, it's not for a relationship, it's not for love. I don't feel like they ever had that. Um, it's always just been, you know, to satisfy the carnal cravings. But, I definitely, with this devil card, this talks about, the energy of, like addiction. So it can be, you know, addiction to, I have to call it passion, I think, on YouTube, but um it's has to do with their past growing up. So, and I don't feel like it's just with one, and I feel like you know that it's just that's a consistent one that comes in and out, back and forth, off and on, consistently throughout their life, but I definitely feel like they've had other, experiences too. So, and I feel like it's okay to like, I know for our own sake, our curiosity, we wanna know, right? I know with one of mine, my first relationship later in life, they said, "I was a horrible partner with you," and I'm like, "Do I wanna know how horrible they were?" I realize if you listen to my podcast, you'll realize a lot about, I learned a lot about my own self and my own, you know, through all these individuals in my life. Do I look at him now? I don't have any bitterness or plots of revenge anymore. Um, but, like the first one, I was building a giant pond in the backyard, and it ended up being like 10 feet by 20 feet and 5 feet deep in one place, and they go, are you planning on burying me in there?" I'm like, "Don't give me any ideas. Not good to know right now." Um, but, there is a lot of, that we can, glean from it all. So again, hang in there. Your fortune cookie says nature, and it says reconnect with nature, feel the sun on your skin, walk barefoot on the grass. And this does help, you know, get out of the situation, get out of our head, get out of our hearts and just get into nature and just get into some quietness. Can help ground us too and helps bring us some clarity. So I didn't give your donation a love and a like there, so I will. So hang in there, my dear, and you're never alone. So please know that. So thank you again for your donation. All right, let's see here. We had Brown Horse come in. So Brown Horse, let me add you onto the free reading list here. And let's see, what does that say? Psycherin. I probably totally murdered that. My apologies. Get you on the free list here too. I think that is everyone new that has come in. So we just got the last two here. So Brown Horse, you are up. We are at 409:23. So there's your timestamp. And you want to know what Darsh thinks about Anshita. All right, let's take a look here. Well, how do they currently think about, okay, I like this one and this one. All right. Well, we've got the Four of Swords. So when we're asking what they think, the mind, um, the Four of Swords, is a very peaceful, restful peace of mind. Not any expectations, not any like, I want this, intention, this or that or whatever. They're just at rest. That's what they're sleeping on the Ace of Swords, just seeing things from a different perspective. So that doesn't feel like their mind is very active. The Sun card is Leo passion energy. So I feel like it's more not a lot of mental or emotional ignition towards them. It's more passionate. It's more energetic and physical attraction than it is. But I don't feel like there's intentions. I don't feel like there's emotion. I just feel like there's a lot of attraction. It's like they got the hots for him in a way, right? So, but yeah, I don't feel like I don't get this energy of like, like I'm attracted to them and there's this physical and energetic attraction, but I feel like the mind's going, no, we're fine. I don't have any intentions. I recognize it. My emotions aren't activated. And I feel like they're attracted to a lot of different people, but they don't act on it. With this energy here, it just feels like it's more calm and um, flirty than more than anything. So hopefully that helps. But that's what's coming in for you, Brown Horse. So many blessings to you. Hey, Stormborn, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll jump to you next here. Get you on the list here. So we got you at 411:49 for your timestamp here. Boom, boom. Give your donation a love and a like. All right. So you wanted to know, will Tim take you to court to change the parenting plan? All right. Let's take a look here. Of course, disclaimer in the description box. I'm not a licensed legal professional or whatever, tarot's for fun and entertainment purposes. So disclaimer in the description box. Have to say that. All right, so let's take a look here. Based on current energies, are they gonna be looking at taking you to court to change the parenting plan? Right, and this one too. All right, let's see what we got here. The bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Swords, which seems it's a very restful energy. It feels like their mind is at rest. It doesn't feel like their brain is churning to change anything. 10 of Cups. I feel like they're kind of happy with this situation right now. Let's see what else we got here. An Ace of Pentacles. It's abundance energy. Yeah, it feels here. And even the Ace of Swords. Got clarity, a new beginning. They're kind of happy with things, with all this newness, this new beginning. Got the Page of Pentacles. Got the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. And then, like this dream come true energy here. It feels here like they're kind of happy with where things are at, but there is this things can always be better, so I can always try to push for more and ask for more and blah blah blah, but not like um not like I'm going to take you to court for it. It's more like if I can manipulate you or pressure you to do it without going through all that, then why not try? Because I can always have more. But I feel like they're okay with things the way they are. I don't feel like they'll pursue anything legally, but it doesn't mean they won't be a jerk, you know, to try to push it and try to pressure you to, make changes or, you know, try to get more for themselves because that's just kind of where they're at. But I don't feel like they'll want to go to court and go through all that because they feel like they'll get denied. But kind of feel like that's what's coming in there. So hopefully that makes sense there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Yeah, I feel like they have risk here, and it says learn to grow wherever you're planted. So kinda just go with the flow, not to worry about it, but I feel like that risk is like they don't wanna risk trying to take you back and then them end up losing some of what they already have because 'cause they're gonna see like, "Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, in fact, it ends up hurting you," you know? So they're like, "I'm not gonna risk it, but it doesn't mean I can't try to push it with you personally," right? So hopefully that helps Stormborn. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Jojo. Good morning. Good to see you. I'll get you on there for your free question. All right. So we've got Sycharon, I think is maybe how you pronounce it. You're up 41616. So here is your timestamp. And let's take a look here. Okay, so you could please let me know about your career and your future. All right. See what spirit is able to tell you now. So we'll do a card for career and a card for future. So for career, yeah, I feel like you're in a little bit of a kind of a pausing energy and transformation energy. It kind of reminds me of like a caterpillar in a cocoon transforming into a butterfly. So I feel like you're kind of in the midst of this letting go of some old ways of thinking, some old ways of old desires, old sparks, old desires, and you're realizing, well, this is what everyone else wanted me to do, and I had all this opinion of all this stuff growing up, and so I pursued it, but then I'm kind of finding that maybe this isn't like it's not bringing me joy, it's bringing me existence, but I feel like you're wanting to change things up, you're wanting to alter it to be different. I feel like you wanna be able to I feel like what you wanna do, what you truly wanna do in your heart, well, it would take you places you would never go doing this other job, right? It's like a butterfly can migrate 1,000 miles, a caterpillar can't, but a butterfly also desires nectar and not eating leaves. So, there is this little bit of change of energy that's coming in here with career, and I feel like you're going through a transformation, but it's you wanting to transform. It's not you're being forced to. I just feel like, this lack of, I guess, fulfillment in doing what you're doing now. And so your heart is trying to pull you somewhere, your excitement is trying to pull you somewhere else. Your future right now, I feel like you're with the 8 of Wands. There's a lot of energy of change, a lot of movement coming in. A lot of sudden movement is going to be hitting you coming up here in your life. And I just feel like I'm seeing a lot of moving parts. Families changing, residences changing, jobs changing, the world is changing. There's a lot going on, but that's this flow energy, and it feels like it's for you. And I feel like you're getting a lot of kind of synchronistic messages even from the spirit world where you're like, I keep on seeing repeating numbers, or I keep on seeing the same thing over and over again. And it's happening on purpose. All this drawing of your heart and all these messages you're getting, it's not, it's synchronistic. It's not, you know, um, coincidental. So I feel like it's important for you to know that and to go with the flow of it, allow yourself to live, not just exist, is kind of what's coming in. So that's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. Hey, Jamie G. Good to see you. Yeah, we almost only had a couple more to go. You made it before the elevator doors closing tonight. All right. So we have JoJo. Thank you for your donation earlier. And here is your timestamp for your free reading. Boom, boom. You want to know, was he surprised or just disappointed? Let's take a look here. Was he surprised or was he disappointed? Well, I feel like here with the 9 of swords, that would be disappointed. And temperance energy here is, I don't know why I want to say I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised he was disappointed. It's like that kind of is their thing with this temperance. It's like, yeah, this alchemy, it's been going on back and forth and back and forth. It's like I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, the 9 of swords is the nightmare and insomnia card, but definitely is expectations energy, which would be disappointment, not surprise energy. So I feel like it is more, and this is more about, these inside expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and blah, 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 that they had in there before they even met you, So, um, that's okay. That's about them. That's their little adventure, not yours. You can, you know, whatever mirror you're seeing, of course, is, again, we talked about that before, right? This is a mirror for you to go, oh, okay. So if I feel they were surprised, how would I feel about myself? If I feel they were disappointed, how would I feel about myself? What is this showing me about me, for me? So I like that. Great. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you, Jojo. Hey, Healing Sparsh. No question today, just here to drop your greetings. Ah, too beautiful. Well, thank you so much. Greetings to you too. Beautiful soul. All right. Oh, you like the circular ones, right, Jamie? They're fun to learn to shuffle too. All right. So, Jamie, you're up 422.25. So, Jamie, here is your question. And you want to know, will Marlo be leaving the company within a month or 2 months or transferring? All right. Based on current energies, will they be? Will Elvis be leaving the building? All right. Thank you. All right. Well, it does appear here with the Ace of Pentacles, that is a new opportunity opening up, a new beginning kind of energy. And the Hermit card does feel they're either going to like a work from home or work remotely kind of position here, or even pursuing something on their own, like their own business or their own kind of energy. But I feel like they're wanting to work remotely. And so I do feel here with the Ace of Pentacles, that is a new beginning, which would be an affirmative yes for me, but a little extra with that Hermit card. It feels like they're doing something where they're off by themselves and, kind of in that direction. So interesting, right? So that's what they got for you, Jamie. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody. I think I'm almost done here. Hey, little pink pearl. So you guys haven't checked out my podcast yet. Here's the link to the most recent one. But we are heading on a little journey of growing our empathic gifts and our spiritual gifts. So if you're interested, there's also a ton of other content on my the podcast playlist. If you click on the link down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name, it takes you to my main channel. At the top is the playlist link too. You can open it up and see what you're interested in learning more about. But the podcast is about talking about a drama or trauma that happens in our life as humans, why the human does what it does, spirit's perspective on that, and then, of course, hints from spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, check that out. All right, everybody. Well, I have completed all free readings and all donations. So, little pink, if you want to get one last one in there before the elevator door closes and we shut down the session, be sure to do that ASAP, and we'll get you in there. Other than that, everybody, thank you so much for all your love and all your support, for all the thumbs up too. So grateful for that. You are part of the love tsunami, and I definitely am so grateful that you're helping spread the Zen love. So thank you guys for that. All right. So, little pink pearl. All right. Get you on there. You are very welcome, little pink pearl. So let's see here. Your fortune, not your fortune, your timestamp. I think my voice is trying to go away. All right, there it goes. There is your timestamp. So, how your life with your future life partner going to feel like, right? Based on current energies. Let's take a look here. All right. I was going to say, well, you tell me, little pink pearl, because how you um how you decide is how it'll be. Because you got the chariot card, which is the power of choice card. And you have the Queen of Swords. Like the Queen of Swords. This is a very compatible fit. It's like someone who fits like a glove. So it's going to be an easy choice to be happy and have that kind of energy there. Sorry, my little tablet is getting low on. Let me plug that in real quick here. There it goes. But the chariot card tells us that every moment we choose the story about what something means, what emotion we want to feel, the energy we put forward in our physical action. So it's like, how is my future gonna, what is it gonna feel like? Exactly as you choose to feel. Isn't that amazing, right? Um, because that is our power. We get to choose it. And we're not forced to choose or forced to feel anything. We get to do it. And this beautiful balance between the head and the heart just feels like, because the Queen of Swords is someone very compatible. So it's going to be like saying it's going to be an easy choice to be happy. But you can still, someone can give someone the world, and they can still choose to be unhappy. So you get to choose it, but it's going to be an easier choice, but you get to choose how you feel. You're not at the whim of the outside world, right? You don't, whatever, people do or don't do, say or don't say, it's meaningless till it gets in here. We decide the story. If it's a story of amazement and joy, then we're going to have emotional soundtrack that matches that. And then we just draw on more of that. If I choose, that's stupid, then I'm going to get more stupid that comes in, right? So we get to choose it. So based right now with the energies, it just feels like what a wonderful compatible person. It's an easy choice to be happy. So I feel like a majority of the time you're going to feel just like, wow, I'm so excited. Unless you don't want to. There's no right choice, no wrong choice, just different choices, the different experiences and different outcomes. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings, little pink pearl. Ooh, Jamie, a little question of thought and reflection. Why are people jealous? for no reasons, and they try to destroy you. You're welcome, little pink pearl. Well, people are jealous, um, always for a reason. They have their reason. Um, so what's great, yeah, yeah. And I see what you're saying is like, well, I don't feel like I've done anything to deserve this. That's different, right? But we'll talk about here. So people are jealous. The root of every emotion is either fear or unconditional love. So jealousy isn't unconditional love, it's fear, right? Jealousy is a reflection of people's self-worth, right? So if I feel I'm down here and other people are up here, then I feel less than. And then there's different ways. There's really two ways that humans deal with this. If I feel I'm down here and you're up here, I'm either going to become, like you say, a destroyer. I'm going to try to bring you down to where I feel I'm at, or I'm going to boast myself up, even though I don't believe all the crap that I'm spewing out about, you know, how great I am. Boasters, oh, I'm the best thing in the world. They don't believe it. People who really are confident in who they are don't have to talk about it. People who are not confident in who they are boast, 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 trying to, in this mindset, try to get up. And then some people do both, right? So the real skinny behind it all is they're not it's because they feel low about themselves, and they think highly of you because they think you're up here and they're down here. So that's where jealousy is. It's fear, I'm not good enough, is at the core. So when we realize, wow, people are, jealous, it's because they feel low. And then on the other thing, well, they think I'm higher than them. Well, thank you for being jealous and trying to destroy me, because it's not they're trying to destroy you, they're just trying to bring you down to where they're at. And they can't destroy us, right? They can do manipulative things, but we don't have to be manipulated. They can try to destroy things and try to set us up for failure, try to make us look bad, but all they're doing is making themselves look bad. They're just screaming out because every moment is either an expression of love or a cry out for it. And so all of this is a cry out for, I want people to tell me that I'm lovable. And so that's what it happens, right? It's what a child does. And so when they're acting like that, they're in fight or flight mode because their little inner child felt unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable. So, when we look at that, it's not about us. It's about what's going on inside of them. Their actions are not at us. Their actions are an expression of what's going on inside of them. So, hopefully that brings a little clarity. I know it maybe doesn't make it feel better, but the whole thing is when someone does that, what's coming up inside of you, right? Because to go back to our example, right? They feel they're down here and they feel we're up here. And so in the example of destroying, where they're bam, bam, we want to get you down to where we're at. Well, in our mind, if we feel lower or equal to them, but if we feel lower than them, right? Because most humans, we have low self-esteem to start off with, right? So if we feel they're up here and we're down here, and then we feel like, or even equal, and we feel like they're trying to make us lower than them, we don't like that, right? But if we really realize this, then we wouldn't take it personally. We would realize, here, let me help lift you up instead of, you know, um, react to that, right? Yeah. Well, um, And that's great because that means, this person is a great messenger to show you where you still have work that you can do, right? Because we feel uncomfortable when we're in growth, right? I quoted a couple times today already, but Humble the poet, he says, "There is no growth in our comfort zone, and there is no comfort in our growth zone." So when we feel uncomfortable, that means we're growing. Something is being brought up for us to transform, to go, "Oh, the reason why I'm feeling uncomfortable is because I feel like they're trying to make me lower." But when I realize you can't make me lower, I'm the only one that can make me feel lower. People can do whatever they're gonna do, say what they're gonna say, don't do something, don't say something, and it ain't mean nothing about me. My self-worth doesn't change because of other people's actions or non-actions, words or silence. That's just information. I'm the one that when this stuff goes in here and I create a story around it, like, "Oh, they're trying to destroy me. Oh, no," "Victim, me, no." That's what we go into, right, as humans, um, because somewhere inside of us, we feel we deserve to be destroyed, right? When we're like, "You can't destroy me, and I don't deserve to be destroyed, and you can't touch me." I'm a superpower superhero. You can't Nothing you can do can impact me unless I allow it to. And it's great growth when we get challenges of, people saying, um, every once in a while, I'll get someone that says, "Your reading sucked," or whatever. And I'm like, "Oh, no, you know, I failed." And it's always a good, you know, reminder of like, "Oh, this isn't about me. This isn't about me," you know, and different things like that. We do have the challenges that come up for us to show us where we still have growth and, things that can be released. And what's wonderful is that these things aren't new. They're just bringing them up from the subconscious, from our lower world where they're already impacting it. It's like having a program on your computer that takes up so much bandwidth that it slows down your computer system, but it's minimized and we don't see it. We're like, "Why is this so slow? Why is this impacting me?" And then someone is like, "Here, let me maximize that and fill your screen." Blah, and here it is in front of our face. We're like, "Oh, I wouldn't have known this was down there taking and impacting me until now here it is. I cannot not see this right now. So now I'm going to look into it and I'm going to, go to the root of it and then, you know, release myself from it, and then it won't impact me anymore because 'cause I'm able to do it." So, in a way, it's a gift, which we notice that we can look at that later in hindsight as a gift. When we're going through it, we're like, "This sucks." But with a change of how the story we're putting to it, you can immediately see, oh, when they acting up, it's like, oh, wow, they're in their child self because 'cause they're in fear. They're crying out for love. So, maybe I'll say something nice to them about what they're doing. "I loved what you did on that project, what a brilliant idea, so creative. I just wanted to say great job. I love that about that." And they're like, "What?" Because everyone has a handle at which to be lifted. We just gotta discover what that handle is, right? So, great question, Jamie. Thanks for asking that. Hey, Ateshi. I will get you in here. We were finishing up, but we will grab your question here. So your timestamp is 4:38:33. So Teshi, there you go. So you see Hugh and Franklin as friends. Are they seeing you as something else? Oh, okay. So let's take a look here. So Hugh and Franklin. So Hugh, no, Hugh sees you as a friend. Three of Pentacles is all about collaboration and friendship card. So Hugh sees that. Franklin, a little more. I feel like Franklin is a little bit, with the 10 of Cups, has a bit more of emotion flowing below the surface. I don't feel like they see you as more than a friend right now, but I feel like they would want you more as a friend, or at least there's emotion below the surface that kind of leans towards that. So, do you wish it was reversed? Darn it, I wanted Hugh, not Franklin. Ugh. Anyway, but hopefully that helps, Satoshi. That is what is coming in there for you. You're very welcome, Jamie. Hopefully that helps a little bit. All righty, everybody. Well, I am going to take off. I will, of course, I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. So I'll be back tomorrow. I can't believe it's Sunday already tomorrow. So thank you again for all your thumbs up, all of your donations, all of your wonderful comments. And I'm so grateful to be on this adventure with you. So until I see you guys again, remember that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Enjoy your dream world. And we'll see you when we see you. Guys, take care.